are counting down a few anxious hours as the group captain Shubhanshu Shukla prepares to return home today with his Axiom 4 crew members, marking the end of a remarkable 15-day mission in space. And upon his return to terra firma, group captain Shubhanshu Shukla will undergo a 7-day rehabilitation program, during which his health parameters will be very closely monitored. So here is a report on the final leg of his journey.
From countdown to splashdown, India's space hero Shubhanshu Shukla is set to return to the Earth. This 18-day journey with 4 astronauts and many experiments is finally coming to an end. As per NASA, the Dragon spacecraft will not just return with 4 astronauts, but will also carry data from over 60 experiments conducted throughout this mission. As the SpaceX Dragon capsule prepares for re-entry into the orbit of Earth, Shubhanshu and his crewmates will face intense physical and environmental challenges. Strapped into the seats, they'll experience high G-forces as the capsule plunges through Earth's atmosphere at speeds exceeding 27,000 kilometers per hour. The re-entry process for Axiom 4 is meticulously orchestrated sequence. The Dragon capsule will undock from the ISS's Harmony module and perform a deorbit burn to slow its speed, allowing Earth's gravity to pull it back. As it re-enters the atmosphere, friction will create a plasma sheath. The spacecraft's heat shield will endure temperatures upwards of 2700 degrees, protecting the crew from the fiery descent and even temporarily cutting off communication with ground control. But the journey doesn't end with splashdown. After landing, the astronauts will undergo a crucial 7-day rehabilitation process. Astronauts face muscle atrophy, bone density loss after extended missions in space. Rehabilitation ensures that they regain their strength, balance, and mobility. It's a step-by-step process, and it begins with light physical therapy, aimed at easing the astronauts back into Earth's gravity. They'll focus on regaining muscle tone and flexibility. The future of space exploration has only just begun, and Shubhanshu Shukla's story is a beacon of hope for all who dare to dream.
And we have big breaking news coming in from Nuh district in Haryana as the tensions are simmering ahead of a key yatra. That is the Braj Mandal Jal Abhishek Yatra. With the fears of a repeat of last year's communal violence, the government has ordered the schools shut and suspended the internet services till 17th of July. Paramilitary forces have also been deployed and Section 144 is in place, which means there is a ban on the large gatherings. Organizers now insist that the yatra will go ahead, while the administration says that no permission has been granted for the yatra. Remember, this coming as in 2023, 6 people were killed as clashes broke out in parts of southern Haryana where the pilgrims were attacked. And this is a very, very key procession for the Hindu pilgrims, because this procession is held on the first Monday of a Sawan month every year. All right, now let's get you some news from the south of the country. A goods train carrying diesel derailed near Tripura railway station, resulting in a massive fire that engulfed 5 wagons. Now, a new angle is under the lens, where a crack was found on the track 100 meters from the accident site, raising suspicions about the cause of the derailment. Railway officials are now investigating whether this crack contributed to the accident. Here is the full story.
Train services on the busy Chennai-Arakkonam route were disrupted early Sunday morning. This after a crude oil tanker on a freight train caught fire near Tiruvallur in Tamil Nadu. The freight train carrying 45 tankers of high-speed diesel departed from Ennore in Chennai. It was en route Valajabad in Tamil Nadu when the incident occurred around 5 a.m. in the Egathur area near Tiruvallur. Significantly, a crack was found on the track 100 meters from the accident site, raising suspicions of foul play behind the fire.
Multiple statements came out saying that it was because of the heat and the friction that was caused with the train wheels on the track. Later, it was said that the diesel caught on the fire, and that's when the train derailed. However, later, after the first set of the fire dousing happened, they were able to go near the tracks where the officials found out there were cracks on the track that the train was traveling in, just 100 meters away from exactly where the fire accident happened. However, out of the 16 wagons, only 4 had caught on fire and the rest were taken away safely.
One of the tankers suddenly caught fire and the flames quickly spread to adjoining tankers, sparking a major blaze. In the immediate aftermath of the incident, several trains, including those scheduled to depart from DRMGR Chennai Central Station, were cancelled or delayed. Southern Railway General Manager R.N. Singh assured that all efforts were underway to ascertain the cause of the fire.
Fortunately, there has been no casualty, no injury, and in that regard we were fortunate. So high-level committee has already been constituted who will gather all the evidence, talk to all the loco pilots, station master, all the staff who have seen this fire, and then only we can reach the conclusion. But one thing is sure that fire has occurred in the third engine and then brake van and first wagon. After that, third wagon onwards, fire has started and it has spread up to 20th wagon. So total 18 wagons are involved in fire, and whichever wagon has caught fire has derailed also.
A probe by railway officials was also underway on whether the track had anything to do with the incident.
News from Odisha, where the state government has formed a 3-member panel to investigate the attempted self-immolation of a student at the Fakir Mohan College in Balasore, linked to alleged sexual harassment. The Chief Minister of the state, Mohan Charan Maji, has ordered strict action against the culprits, and the main accused in the case, who's a professor, was earlier arrested, even as the Chief Minister sought an action taken report within 3 days. We bring you this report for more on the story.
The Odisha government formed a 3-member panel to probe the attempted self-immolation by a student in Balasore. Odisha Chief Minister Mohan Charan Maji visited AIIMS Bhubaneswar to inquire after the condition of the student, who is believed to be battling for her life. Speaking to reporters, the Chief Minister said the student was in a critical condition and was receiving emergency medical care on par with AIIMS Delhi. He added that a medical team has been put together for a treatment.
भुवनेश्वर एम्स में उनका ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है। परिस्थिति बहुत क्रिटिकल है और एक मेडिकल टीम बनाते हुए सारी ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली का एम्स में जो ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है, इसी आधार पर ही वहाँ भी ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है। आज भी मैंने बोले कि दिल्ली का जो एम्स का जो डॉक्टर सीनियर है, उनके साथ एक वर्चुअल मोड में मीटिंग करते हुए और क्या ज़्यादा ट्रीटमेंट किया जा सकता है, उसी आधार पर करने के लिए मैंने वहाँ का टीम के साथ बातचीत कर लिया।
Maji said the government would even consider airlifting the student to Delhi once her condition stabilizes. Stating that the government has taken the incident very seriously, the Chief Minister informed that they have instructed the medical team to issue 2 bulletins daily. The Chief Minister added that the government will take necessary steps to avoid incidents of sexual harassment on campuses across the state. Meanwhile, taking suo cognizance of the incident, the National Commission for Women directed the state's Director General of Police to bring the culprits to justice. Even as the main accused, a professor, was taken into custody, the Chief Minister sought an action-taken report in 3 days. The State Higher Education Department too constituted a committee to conduct a thorough inquiry into the alleged sexual harassment case against the professor. On Saturday, Balasore police produced the accused before a court. Meanwhile, the incident triggered massive outrage across the state while also snowballing into a major political showdown. Biju Janata Dal Chief Navin Patnaik voiced his concern over the attempted self-immolation, saying the incident brought to the fore the stark reality of the victim being denied justice by the administration despite allegedly raising safety concerns. Human rights activists and educationists also urged the state to put in place robust grievance redressal mechanisms in higher education institutions to prevent such incidents in future.
More news from across the nation. A pickup truck was swept away by rising floodwaters in Madhya Pradesh's Chhatarpur before crashing into a culvert at Pachri Ghat. The culvert caved in and broke due to the overflowing Dhasan river after heavy rainfall in Chhatarpur district. Visuals showed the pickup vehicle lying overturned after crashing into the culvert. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Deosai chaired a key meeting of the BJP MLAs as well as party leaders at his Raipur residence. Visuals showed the BJP MLAs and leaders arriving for the meeting on Sunday evening. However, the lawmakers and leaders were tight-lipped when asked about the meeting. BJP MP Yogendra Chandolia came out in support of the Election Commission's Special Intensive Revision or the SIR of the electoral rolls in poll-bound Bihar. He said there is every chance that the ongoing special roll revision in Bihar would be replicated in other states that have been plagued by illegal immigration from Bangladesh and Myanmar. Batting for the revision of the electoral rolls, the lawmaker said that the names of all bogus and illegal voters should be deleted from the rolls and they should be sent back to the country where they belong. Former Bihar Minister Tej Pratap Yadav tore into the Nitish Kumar government over the state of law and order in the state after a leader of the ruling BJP was shot dead by unidentified assailants. The killing of BJP leader Surendra Kewat came close on the heels of the murder of influential businessman Gopal Khemka. And targeting the Chief Minister, Tej Pratap Yadav claimed that Nitish was incapable of running the state as criminals were on a free run across the state and committing crimes with impunity. He claimed that ruling NDA will be defeated in the upcoming assembly elections. Religious leader and preacher Swami Chidanand Saraswati praised the Uttarakhand government for launching Operation Kalanemi. The operation, launched at the behest of Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami, is aimed at identifying and cracking down on frauds who exploit people's faith by falsely claiming themselves to be religious figures. The president and spiritual head of Parmat Niketan Ashram thanked the Dhami government, saying that the operation is not aimed at targeting preachers, but those who are cheating and looting the followers in the name of faith. Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, a Tripura girl missing in Delhi for 6 days has been found dead under the city's flyover. Also, the big story that we are tracking ahead of S. Jaishankar's visit, Beijing calls Tibet issue a thorn in India-China ties, also claims the Dalai Lama issue is an internal matter. All that and much more after a short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
महाराष्ट्राची माफी मागतो, मी छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांची माफी मागतो, महाराजांची माफी मागतो, बाळासाहेबांची माफी मागतो, उद्धव साहेबांची माफी मागतो, राज साहेबांची माफी मागतो. गलती हो गया, पुढे तो भाईचा बोला
Jet bound for the Netherlands crashes moments after takeoff from Southend Airport in London. Pilots grouping Alpa India mulls legal course to be part of the Air India plane crash probe. India is still Sare Jahan Se Acha, says Shubhanshu Shukla in the final message from space.
आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
एक मिनट इसका चुनाव आयोग से कोई डॉक्यूमेंट या कोई प्रेस नोट या कोई ऐसी बात आई है या कि कहाँ से खबर आई? सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं, सूत्र बता रहे हैं। हम उस सूत्र को मूत्र समझते हैं। वेस्ट जो होता है ना, ये वो है।
In display of abuse of power, Lalu Yadav's son insults journalism and media during a press briefing. Tripura girl missing in Delhi for 6 days, found dead under the city's flyover. And ahead of S. Jaishankar's visit, Beijing says Tibet issue thorn in India-China ties, also claims the Dalai Lama issue is an internal matter. Well, just weeks ago, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh walked out of the SCO Defence Ministers Summit without signing the joint declaration. And now it is the turn of External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, who heads to China for the SCO Foreign Ministers meeting. But the big question is, will history repeat itself? With a bilateral meeting on the cards and the recent developments adding to the diplomatic tension, India's Deputy Army Chief calling out the China-Pakistan-Turkey military nexus during Operation Sindoor and the spotlight on the Dalai Lama's 90th birthday celebrations, the stakes are really high. As the world watches closely, the big question remains, can the elephant and the dragon tango? Our report explores what to expect.
Just 2 weeks ago, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh was in Qingdao, China for Shanghai Cooperation Organization's Defence Ministers Summit.
We reiterate the need to hold the perpetrators, organizers, financiers and sponsors of reprehensible acts of terrorism, including cross-border terrorism, accountable and bring them to justice.
This was the Raksha Mantri's first official foreign visit at a multilateral forum after India's Operation Sindoor. 2 weeks later, India's External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar is all set to visit Tianjin in China for the conclave of SCO's foreign ministers. This is the External Affairs Minister's first visit to China since the 2020 Galwan clash.
Dr. Jaishankar and Mr. Wang Yi, the Chinese Foreign Minister, have met several times abroad, spoken. The last one was at the G20, and he has been meeting, talking to one another. We have had the meetings on the highest level, but under the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, whenever the country holds summits, there are various meetings that are held. And the meetings are held importantly at the level of defense ministers, at the level of national security advisors, and at the level of the foreign ministers. Now, during the foreign ministers' visit or interactions, mainly what are the issues that are going to be discussed, what is going to be the joint statement after the summit, and this time, as you know, China is hosting the summit, and therefore they expect Prime Minister Modi to attend the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit. And Dr. Jaishankar is going there, so he is doing two things. One is a bilateral meeting, and the bilateral meeting will be held in Beijing, and then he'll be going for the foreign ministers meeting of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization.
However, this visit of Dr. Jaishankar comes on the back of India's bold stance at Shanghai Cooperation Organization just 2 weeks ago.
Any acts of terrorism are criminal and unjustifiable regardless of their motivation, whenever, wherever, and by whomsoever committed. SCO members must condemn this evil unequivocally.
India's position at the SCO was clear. The SCO must condemn the evil of terrorism unequivocally. But the SCO refused to budge, and India too took a firm stance, refusing to sign the joint declaration, resulting in a major setback for the hosts, China. The reason for the fallout? The SCO's pro-terror language in the document with no mention of cross-border terrorism or condemnation of the dastardly terrorist attack in Pahalgam, and unwarranted mentions of Balochistan instead.
Our defense minister participating in the defense ministers meeting of SCO. This meeting happened over 2 days, that is yesterday and today. The defense ministers meeting has concluded. I understand that they could not adopt a joint statement. I also understand that certain member countries could not reach consensus on certain issues, and hence the document could not be finalized. On our side, India wanted concerns on terrorism reflected in the document, which was not acceptable to one particular country.
Meanwhile, Dr. Jaishankar is no stranger to China. After all, he goes down in the history books as India's longest-serving ambassador to China, with 4.5 years term in Beijing. With Dr. Jaishankar in town, China rides high on hopes of a bilateral meeting.
After 2020, our relationship has virtually been quite confrontational, I would say, even though both sides have tried to resolve it through dialogue and diplomacy. India definitely has preferred that, while giving them a fitting response to the Chinese hegemonistic designs that have happened. Our forces are still continuing to have an eyeball-to-eyeball kind of a situation on the border, but both sides are trying to defuse the crisis. There are many issues, some have been resolved, others are yet to be resolved.
This is a very important meeting since after 2020, these foreign ministers have not met except on the sidelines of summits and all. So this will be the first time we expect a bilateral also meeting. And in the bilateral meeting, I think the focus is going to be on de-escalation on the border, because one step has been taken where the patrolling has been allowed in certain areas, but not in all areas. And the a reduction in the number of troops on the border has also not come down. So I think de-escalation would be one of the agendas.
It's also the first time the External Affairs Minister is going to be in China since India called out China's active support to Pakistan during Operation Sindoor.
One border, two adversaries. So we saw Pakistan one side, but adversaries were two, and if I would say actually 4 or 3 actually. So Pakistan was the front face. We had China providing all possible support, and it's no surprise because if you were to look at statistics, in the last 5 years, 81% of the military hardware that Pakistan is getting is all Chinese, 81% of that. And another thing that China perhaps has seen is that he is able to test his weapons against, say, various other weapon systems that are there. It's like a live lab which is available to. So it's a good. That is what is something we have to be very, very cognizant about.
CD has also mentioned, the Deputy Chief also mentioned in his statement, China has been very actively supporting Pakistan in all military matters. China has given its air defense system HQ-9. A PL-15 missile has been used against India, and the evidence of this was we actually found one which we knocked down in Hisar. Then we had this JF-10 aircrafts also being used, 10C, against India. The satellite system being used against India. So there is enough evidence to say that China was not a passive partner. The crunch word here is it was not a passive partner, it was an active partner. So I think Mr. Jaishankar, he should bring out these factors, because if we have to normalize relations with the country, there has to be a trust factor involved. And we can't be seeing China helping Pakistan in such a clandestine manner without keeping India into confidence.
China has again tried to stop some of these supplies of the rare earth metals and all minerals that India needed, and I think that is also one of the areas. I believe that that has been done by China essentially to have some kind of a leverage during negotiations, because Chinese want direct flight to start, which has been discussed at the foreign secretary level. They want visa facilitations, they want investments in India and all that. So I think there are a lot of host of issues that will be discussed.
Also in attendance will be Pakistan's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, coming face to face against Dr. Jaishankar for the first time since Pakistan's DGMO called India to seek a ceasefire. However, it's not just going to be all about defense. Trade continues to remain a major bone of contention between India and China.
Well, if China feels that it can stop the growth of India, then China is highly mistaken. Our programs like Vocal for Local, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, Stand Up India, Start Up India, and so on. All these programs are aimed at designed to make India self-reliant as far as the production is concerned, because the Prime Minister has already outlined that he is looking for greater share in global economy, and that is possible only when India exports more. So certainly in that case we have a competition with China, and we all know that what China produces quantity, not quality. Whereas on the other hand we are producing quality, and now Indian goods are being accepted across the world. So if China feels that it can stop or it can put some roadblocks into the growth of Indian manufacturing or service sector, then I think China should mend his ways.
While India is emerging as a global alternative to Chinese manufacturing in light of Trump's tariff push, China has spared no effort in throttling India's supply chains. But if trade, border standoff, or China's support to Pakistan isn't enough to make matters uncomfortable, then perhaps the Dalai Lama issue will certainly do the trick.
So in this one now, there are a couple of issues on the bilateral level that have cropped up, that have been there. One was of course His Holiness Dalai Lama's birthday recently, which has caused a little bit of a consternation in China, because it is very sensitive and it is about who's going to be the next Dalai Lama. So that definitely the Chinese will sort of protest or say something, but he's our guest and he's been here forever and he'll remain here and he'll be given due respect. That's India's position. We do not allow any anti-China activities from here, but then China has to reciprocate and show the mutual respect. If they are going to behave in a way that they are continuing to ingress in our positions, continuing to claim our territory, create problems in India, then obviously they can't expect quite response from India. We'll have to reciprocate, and that's precisely what I think we are going to do.
Such is the nature of multilateral diplomacy. Forums change, locations change, but the challenge is that of a consistent position. And on that, India has bettered the dragon.
5 साल के बाद हमारी ये फॉर्मल मीटिंग हो रही है। सीमा पर शांति और स्थिरता बनाए रखना हमारी प्राथमिकता रहनी चाहिए। म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट, म्यूचुअल रिस्पेक्ट और म्यूचुअल सेंसिटिविटी हमारे संबंधों का आधार बने रहना चाहिए।
Will the External Affairs Minister's visit to China bring any sign of warmth in the relationship which has been put into a cold storage by the Chinese after Operation Sindoor? Or will it be rinse-repeat of what happened just a few weeks ago? Another walkout from China's joint declaration? The answer to that question is something that we look forward to this week.
News from the world of sports. World number 1, Yannick Sinner has finally avenged his Roland Garros loss, defeating a Spanish rival and defending champion Carlos Alcaraz in a very thrilling Wimbledon final on Sunday. After dropping the opening set 4-6, the Italian soared back with a commanding performance to claim his maiden Wimbledon title. And speaking to the media after the event, Sinner opened about his journey, how he conquered his inner demons to actually fully outplay the reigning champion. Here's a report.
Wimbledon crowned a new king on Sunday. Exorcising the ghosts from Roland Garros, world number 1 Italian Yannick Sinner lifted his maiden Wimbledon men's title, beating defending champion Carlos Alcaraz. The win came as sweet revenge for the French Open heartbreak, which saw the Italian blow away a 2-set lead over Alcaraz to eventually crash to a defeat in the title clash. Coming into the final with a straight sets win over 24-time Grand Slam champion Novak Djokovic, Sinner initially found the going tough against his familiar opponent. He dropped the opening set 4-6, raising fears of another loss to the Spaniard in a big final. However, the Italian found his bearings just on time and came out firing on all cylinders thereafter to take the next 3 sets of the Spaniard by an identical score before raising his fists in triumph. Speaking at the post-match press conference, Sinner said he overcame mental struggles and inner demons from previous losses to Alcaraz in big finals to eventually come out winner.
I'm very emotional, no, even if I don't cry, but it feels emotional because only me and the people who are close to me know exactly what we have been through on and off the court, and it has been everything except easy. We've tried to push, every practice session. Even I was struggling at times mentally, maybe even more in practice sessions, because I feel like when I play the match I can switch off and then just play, and I believe that this helped me a lot. And yeah, but to share this moment with my family here, my whole family here, it's the most amazing thing what could have happened to me, And in Paris was only my mom, and it was still just an amazing feeling. And here my dad and my brother and my mom too, and the whole team.
Defeated yet not humbled, Alcaraz said the rivalry with Sinner was here to stay.
Yo muy contento de estar en esta posición, de poder seguir jugando grandes finales, hacerlo con Yannick. Como he dicho, yo creo que estamos forjando y estamos creando una rivalidad muy bonita para el tenis, para mí también, lo cual es una de las grandes razones por las que me hace mejorar. Pero al final todo el mundo creo que tiene a Yannick como ejemplo, como jugador a batir, y yo creo que...
With the rivals all square after the contrasting outcomes at Roland Garros and Wimbledon, it is now to be seen who prevails at the US Open should the two make another summit clash.
More action from the world of sports. India's run at the ISSF Lunato World Cup came to an end in the trap mixed team event as the Lakshya Shioran and Niro Danda narrowly missed qualifying for the medal round despite a flawless third series. The duo scored a combined 140 out of 150 in the qualification round, securing 10th place among 54 teams. Meanwhile, Zorawar Singh Sandhu and Preeti Rajak posted a score of 138, placing them 22nd overall. Devon Conway has been drafted into New Zealand's squad for the upcoming T20 Tri-Series in Zimbabwe, which also features South Africa. The left-handed opener comes in as a replacement for Finn Allen, who is sidelined due to an injury sustained during the Major League Cricket in 2025. Previously, NZC had announced a 15-member squad that included the comebacks of Adam Milne and Matt Henry. And in addition, Mitch Play, James Neesham and Tim Robinson have been named as the backup options for Michael Bracewell, Mark Chapman, Glenn Phillips and Rachin Ravindra, all of whom will be playing in the MLC final. India clinched their first ever T20 series win on English soil, defeating England 3-2 in a closely fought 5-match contest. Despite losing the final match on the last ball, the women in blue had already sealed the series. Breakout star Sri Charani was named the player of the series with 10 wickets. Head coach who initiated the WPL to aid the player development revealed the team had scouted Charani during the tri-series. Australian fast bowler Mitchell Starc reached a significant milestone in his test career by playing his 100th test match during the third test against West Indies at Sabina Park in Kingston. He became the 11th pacer overall to reach the landmark, joining an elite group led by James Anderson, who has 188 test appearances. Among Australian quirks, Glenn McGrath holds the record with 124 tests. Ajinkya Rahane, best remembered for leading India to a historic series win in Australia during the 2020-21 Vadra Gavaskar Trophy, currently remains out of favour with the Test squad. Nevertheless, the seasoned right-hander has said that he is determined to stage a comeback, continuing his rigorous efforts to break into the playing 11. Rahane was present at day 3 of the ongoing Lord's Test between India and England, where he shared his aspirations of returning to the national team. Lionel Messi extended his MLS record to 5 consecutive multi-goal games, leading Inter Miami to a 2-1 victory over Nashville SC and ending their 15-match unbeaten run. Messi scored a free kick in the 17th minute and sealed the win with a solo effort in the 62nd minute, pushing Miami to 5th in the Supporters' Shield standings and keeping their title defense on track. And India have edged their name into the record books during the ongoing 5-match test series against England. Before the third test, West Indies and New Zealand jointly held the record for the most sixes in a single away test series with 32, and that mark has now been surpassed by Shubman Gill's side, who have already smashed 36 sixes thanks to contributions from Rishabh Pant, Ravindra Jadeja, Nitish Reddy and Akash Deep. With the series only halfway through, it wouldn't be surprising if India pushed their tally beyond the 50 mark by the end. We are slipping into a very short break. Coming up ahead, a Tripura girl who's been missing in Delhi for 6 days has been found dead under a city flyover. Also coming up ahead, India is still Sare Jahan se Acha, says Shubhanshu Shukla in his final message from space. Those big stories and much more coming up ahead. Stay with us.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
A storm is brewing at the heart of American law enforcement.
FBI Director Kash Patel is reportedly on the verge of resigning, threatening to walk away from his post if his deputy, Dan Bongino, follows through on his own plans to quit. The reason? A fiery clash with Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case, a controversy that's ignited outrage among MAGA supporters and raised questions about transparency in the Trump administration. The Epstein saga has long haunted political and social circles, with its web of allegations involving powerful figures. President Donald Trump, seen here socializing.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
महाराष्ट्राची माफी मागतो मी छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांची माफी मागतो महाराजांची माफी मागतो बाळासाहेबांची माफी मागतो उद्धव साहेबांची माफी मागतो राज साहेबांची माफी मागतो हो गया पुढे तो भाईचा बोला आवाज आवाज व्हिडिओ मध्ये इथे बोल थोड़ा जोर से बोल रहा हूँ भैया लोग ऐसा मराठी लोग मराठी महाराष्ट्र वाले मराठी के मराठी लोग बोल रहे मराठी माणसाची माफी मागतो
Maharashtra Navnirman Sena (MNS) workers were seen on video harassing a non-Marathi auto driver, forcing him to apologize with folded hands after a minor dispute with a Marathi-speaking passenger. The MNS members publicly threatened and humiliated the driver. The workers aggressively confronted the man and insisted he apologized for the verbal spat with his passenger. They warned him not to argue with Marathi-speaking passengers again, implying that any such
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
A storm is brewing at the heart of American law enforcement. FBI Director Kash Patel is reportedly on the verge of resigning, threatening to walk away from his post if his deputy, Dan Bongino, follows through on his own plans to quit. The reason? A fiery clash with Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case, a controversy that's ignited outrage among MAGA supporters and raised questions about transparency in the Trump administration. The Epstein saga has long haunted political and social circles, with its web of allegations involving powerful figures. President Donald Trump, seen here socializing with Epstein in 1992 at Mar-a-Lago, has faced scrutiny over their past friendship. Trump has since distanced himself.
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning. You're watching Live This Morning at 8 a.m. with me, Tanisha Avasthi. And yes, it is homecoming for the AX4 crew along with Subhanshu Shukla. The undocking begins at 2 p.m. today. We're keeping a very close watch on that top story. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Jet bound for Netherlands crashes moments after takeoff from Southend Airport. Pilots regrouping. Alpha India mulls legal course to be part of Air India plane crash probe.
भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है. आज का भारत निडर दिखता है. आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है. आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है. और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है.
India is still Sare Jahan Se Acha. That is what Subhanshu Shukla had to say in his final message from space.
एक मिनट इसका चुनाव आयोग से कोई डॉक्यूमेंट या कोई प्रेस नोट या कोई ऐसी बात आई है या कि कहाँ से खबर आई? सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं, सूत्र बता रहे हैं. हम उस सूत्र को मूत्र समझते हैं. वेस्ट जो होता है ना, ये वो है.
In a brazen display of abuse of power, Lalu Yadav's son insults journalism and media during a press briefing. Tripura girl missing in Delhi for 6 days, found dead under city flyover in the Yamuna River. Probe is underway. And ahead of External Affairs Minister Jaishankar's visit to China, Beijing says Tibet issue is a thorn in India-China ties, claims Dalai Lama issue is an internal matter. And we start this edition with the top focus story and a breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with a case in Odisha where a 20-year-old had self-immolated herself. Now, in the latest update on the tragic self-immolation case in Odisha, the state government has formed a 3-member committee to investigate the incident. The student who set herself on fire on the college campus had alleged sexual harassment by teacher. She remains in critical condition with 95% burns. The committee will probe both the allegations of harassment and the delay in action by the authorities that may have led to the extreme step. Now remember, we also know that Chief Minister Manchi had given out a statement today where he has said that if need be, the girl will have to be airlifted to AIIMS in the national capital. Her situation remains extremely critical. This specific case of self-immolation has shocked the nation. We're also getting in a reaction from Chief Minister of Odisha. Let's listen into what he had to say regarding the case.
भुवनेश्वर एम्स में उनका ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है. परिस्थिति बहुत क्रिटिकल है और एक मेडिकल टीम बनाते हुए सारी ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे हैं. दिल्ली का एम्स में जो ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है, इसी आधार पर ही वहाँ भी ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है. आज भी मैंने बोले कि दिल्ली का जो एम्स का जो डॉक्टर सीनियर है उनके साथ एक वर्चुअल मोड में मीटिंग करते हुए और क्या ज़्यादा ट्रीटमेंट किया जा सकता है उसी आधार पर करने के लिए मैंने वहाँ का टीम के साथ बातचीत कर लिया और अभी तो क्रिटिकल स्थिति है। अगले 24 घंटे के लिए वो बहुत क्रिटिकल मोमेंट है। जब कोई इम्प्रूव थोड़ा सा भी करेगा तो हम उसको एयरलिफ्ट भी करा सकते हैं दिल्ली एम्स के लिए।
Moving forward, we look at the other breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's visit to China. Now, where we learned that ahead of Jaishankar's visit to China for the SCO meeting, the Chinese embassy has issued a statement asserting that Dalai Lama's succession is an internal affair of China and that hindrance to China and India relations. In fact, we learn that they have also said that India has snubbed China, saying that only Dalai Lama can decide on his successor. The Chinese embassy has issued this statement ahead of Jaishankar's visit to China for the SCO meeting. Remember, India-China ties are extremely critical at this point in time. Jaishankar visiting China after 5 long years remains to be the top focus story today. On what will be discussed? Will the Dalai Lama issue come up? Will the border thaw be discussed? Will there be an agreement? And all of this will be discussed in the meeting that the External Affairs Minister will have with his Chinese counterpart, Tibet. And Dalai Lama's succession, remains one of the top issue as far as the India-China ties are concerned. However, Beijing making it worse for their relations with India, saying that it is a thorn. The Tibet issue is a thorn in the India-China ties. Moving across to some other stories that we are tracking in this edition. Now, missing girl from Tripura was found dead in Yamuna River. This was about the Delhi police when they recovered the girl's body near Delhi's Geeta colony. She was last seen at Signature Bridge and was a student in the Delhi University. Now, probe is underway to determine what actually led to the case. Was it a murder? Was it a suicide? And how is it that after 6 days of the girl gone missing, is that her body has been found under extremely mysterious circumstances? Her name is Sneha Debnath. She is a student of the Delhi University. She is a resident of Tripura who was found dead. There were no CCTV cameras where she was found dead. Her body was found floating in the Yamuna River. The FIR, we remember, was filed 48 hours after the girl had gone missing. So the probe is underway to determine what is this case all about. Is this a case of murder or a suicide, or is there something more than meets the eye? And tracking all other stories in Just Bharat in 1 minute, here are the top headlines.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Uttar Pradesh administration has deployed HD drones for surveillance along the Kanwar Yatra routes. The live feed from the drone cameras is being transmitted to the Integrated Command Control Center through Jatayu Van and is also accessible on the mobile phones of officials. The Ministry of Railways has announced that following the successful trial installation of CCTV cameras in passenger coaches, it will now install CCTV cameras in all coaches. In a statement, the ministry stated that the move will significantly enhance passenger safety. Severe waterlogging has been reported in several parts of Dholpur in Rajasthan following heavy rainfall. Other regions of the state have also experienced rain, prompting alerts from the Indian Meteorological Department. An orange alert has been issued for heavy rainfall in Hadoti region, including Kota, Baran and Jhalawar. A yellow alert, meanwhile, has been issued in 25 districts of Rajasthan, including Jaipur, Sikar, Bharatpur, Ajmer, Pali and Udaipur as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been more than 15 days since Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, the first Indian astronaut to visit the International Space Station, left for Earth for a historic mission. Now, the countdown to his return has begun. Group Captain Shukla with his crew members will fly back to Earth today. The Dragon spacecraft will undock from ISS today and will splash down in the Pacific Ocean off the California coast tomorrow. Meanwhile, he gave an emotional farewell speech from the International Space Station saying that India is still Sare Jahan se Acha. Take a listen in.
कुछ शब्द मेरे देशवासियों के लिए हिंदी में। कमाल की यात्रा रही है ये मेरी, लेकिन अब जैसे मेरी ये यात्रा ख़त्म होने वाली है, आपकी और मेरी यात्रा अभी बहुत लंबी है। हमारी ह्यूमन स्पेस मिशन की जो यात्रा है वो बहुत लंबी है और बहुत कठिन भी है, लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूँ कि अगर हम निश्चय कर लें तो तारा अभी प्राप्यन्ते, इवन स्टार्स आर अटेनेबल। 41 साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है, और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
Meanwhile, our eyes are on Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and his crew members as the countdown of their return has begun. In fact, just a few moments ago, Shubhanshu Shukla's parents were heard speaking to the media. Here is how elated they are.
इससे ज़्यादा प्रसन्नता की बात हो क्या सकती है कि हमारा बेटा एक मिशन से वापस लौट रहा है, ऊपर से सफलतापूर्वक मिशन उसका कंप्लीट हो। बस यही दुआ कामना करते हैं कि किसी तरह से जल्दी वो आए और आकर हम लोगों से मिलें, मुलाकात करें। प्रार्थना यही कर रहे हैं कि अब ऊपर से जैसे सकुशल पहुंच गए थे उसी तरह सकुशल धरती पर वापस आए। यही भगवान से, ईश्वर से मनाते हैं कि भगवान उनकी रक्षा करें, अच्छे से उनको वापस धरती पर आते समय कोई दिक्कत ना हो, किसी प्रकार की दिक्कत परेशानी न पैदा हो, और जल्दी आए नीचे, वापस आकर मिले हम लोगों से। हम तो बहुत उत्सुक हैं देखने के लिए उसका कि कैसा स्वास्थ्य रहा, कैसे रहे इतने दिन ऊपर, ये सब देखने के लिए बहुत उत्सुक है। अब डर तो थोड़ा बहुत मन में रहता ही, मगर ठीक है, बच्चे ने ये कदम उठाया है तो माँ भी उसी में शामिल, बच्चे के हर काम में माँ अपने आप शामिल हो जाती, जो जिसमें बच्चे की खुशी उसी में माँ भी खुश रहती है। तो इसलिए हमको कोई दिक्कत, कोई डर नहीं महसूस होता है।
जिसके लिए हम लोग गिनते दिन से इंतजार कर रहे थे, अब वो मतलब जो है वापसी हो रही है। हम लोगों को बहुत ही खुशी है और बहुत प्रसन्न है हम लोग कि जल्दी से जल्दी वो वापस आ जाए। ये हम ईश्वर से मतलब प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनको जो सकुशल जो है पृथ्वी पर आसानी से उनका जो है ड्रैगन मतलब वापस हो, और ये हमारे लिए बड़ी खुशी का दिन होगा।
क्या प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं? अब इतने जो दिन स्पेस स्टेशन में हो रहे हैं अभी भी हैं, तो यहाँ से क्या प्रार्थना करते थे?
हम तो ईश्वर से यही प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनका सकुशल मिशन पूरा हो और वो सकुशल वापसी उनकी हो। यही ईश्वर से हमेशा मतलब हर समय जो है उनसे प्रार्थना करते रहते हैं, और हमारी तो ये और अपनी दुआएं भी उसको देते रहते हैं कि मतलब जो है कि तुम सकुशल वापस होगे, सब अच्छी तरह होगा।
आपकी बात उनसे हुई तो उन्होंने क्या बताया?
उस समय वो बिल्कुल ठीक थे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी। जब बात हुई थी तो बहुत प्रसन्नचित्त थे और सब बता रहे थे कि हमारा काम समय से हो रहा, जितने भी हमें वर्क दिए गए थे वो हमारे लगभग पूरे हो रहे हैं और हमारा काम समय से हो जाएगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी किसी प्रकार की। हम यहाँ बिल्कुल ठीक हैं, बहुत अच्छी तरह हैं, और सभी कुछ उसमें जैसे कि वहाँ लैब कैसी है, सोते कहाँ हैं, सूरज कैसे उगता है, ये सब कुछ उन्होंने जो है हमें दिखाया और बड़ा अच्छा लगा उनको वहाँ प्रसन्नचित्त हो देखकर। ये हमारे लिए बड़ी अच्छी सूचना थी कि मतलब जो है हम उनको देखकर बड़ा खुश हुए कि वहाँ ठीक ठाक है, सब कुछ है, अच्छी तरह है।
And of course, 1 billion hearts across India and around the world are counting down a few anxious hours as Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla prepares to return home today with his AX-4 crewmates, marking the end of a remarkable 15-day mission in space. Upon his return back on Earth, Group Captain Shukla will undergo a 7-day rehabilitation program during which his health parameters will be closely monitored. Here's a report on the final leg of his journey.
From countdown to splashdown, India's space hero Shubhanshu Shukla is set to return to the Earth. This 18-day journey with 4 astronauts and many experiments is finally coming to an end. As per NASA, the Dragon spacecraft will not just return with 4 astronauts, but will also carry data from over 60 experiments conducted throughout this mission. As the SpaceX Dragon capsule prepares for re-entry into the orbit of Earth, Shubhanshu and his crewmates will face intense physical and environmental challenges. Strapped into the seats, they'll experience high G-forces as the capsule plunges through Earth's atmosphere at speeds exceeding 27,000 km per hour. The re-entry process for Axiom 4 is meticulously orchestrated sequence. The Dragon capsule will undock from the ISS's Harmony module and perform a deorbit burn to slow its speed, allowing Earth's gravity to pull it back. As it re-enters the atmosphere, friction will create a plasma sheath. The spacecraft's heat shield will endure temperatures upwards of 2700 degrees, protecting the crew from the fiery descent and even temporarily cutting off communication with ground control. But the journey doesn't end with splashdown. After landing, the astronauts will undergo a crucial 7-day rehabilitation process. Astronauts face muscle atrophy, bone density loss after extended missions in space. Rehabilitation ensures that they regain their strength, balance, and mobility. It's a step-by-step process, and it begins with light physical therapy, aimed at easing the astronauts back into Earth's gravity. They'll focus on regaining muscle tone and flexibility. The future of space exploration has only just begun, and Shubhanshu Shukla's story is a beacon of hope for all who dare to dream.
From the world of space, let's now tell you what's happening in the world of politics. In a shocking incident, RJD leader and Bihar's leader of opposition, Tejasvi Yadav, abused journalists during a press briefing in Patna. Running down the 4th pillar of democracy, Tejasvi hurled the slur "mutra" to describe journalists. Take a look at this detailed report on what he said and how his statement has snowballed into a huge political storm.
Bihar leader of the opposition Tejasvi Yadav talked himself into a controversy after he directed a filthy bar by journalists during a press briefing in Patna. Running down the 4th pillar of democracy, Tejasvi hurled the slur "mutra" to describe journalists.
एक मिनट इसका चुनाव आयोग से कोई डॉक्यूमेंट या कोई प्रेस नोट या कोई ऐसी बात आई है या कि कहाँ से खबर आई? सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं, सूत्र बताते हैं, हम उस सूत्र को मूत्र समझते हैं। वेस्ट जो होता है ना, ये वो है, इसका कोई आधार नहीं ना। ये वही सूत्र है जो पाकिस्तान में कब्जा करवा दिया था, इस्लामाबाद, कराची। सूत्र नहीं, मूत्र लोग हैं।
The former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister stoked a massive row, saying sutra or source is mutra, as he sought to question the moral spine and integrity of journalists.
Make no mistake, this is clearly an attack on press and its dignity. Remember, we constitute the 4th estate and the 4th pillar of democracy, and for this kind of contempt and this kind of mindset, Tejasvi Yadav has revealed really from where he comes, and the manner in which he was speaking, the body language, the expressions, that clearly showed that he has utter contempt for media. He has absolute disrespect for the institution of press. Remember, sources are supposed to remain anonymous, and that's why, and that's how journalism flourishes. That's how we practice our craft, because Otherwise, everything else becomes PR and publicity. In this case, while Election Commission officially has not come out with a statement yet, because remember the matter is sub judice.
Not stopping at this, the RJD leader also cast aspersions on the neutrality of the Election Commission, alleging that it was functioning as a cell of a particular political party. The EC officials, meanwhile, claimed that foreign nationals from Nepal, Bangladesh and Myanmar were found during the house-to-house visits for the ongoing role revision exercise ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. Tejashwi, however, dismissed the poll panel's claims. Responding to Tejashwi's crass comment on media professionals, BJP leader Sanjay Jaiswal demanded that the former issue a public apology.
तेजस्वी जी के साथ सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम यही है 20 मिनट तक वह कागज़ पढ़ते रहे और तब तक वो ठीक थे, लेकिन पत्रकारों ने सवाल पूछा तो जिस प्रकार का उन्होंने पहले तो सूत्र के बारे में बोला और उसके बाद कह दिया कि प्रेस भी यही है। मीडिया कर्मियों के सामने और किसी के भी मनुष्य के बारे में इस तरह की टिप्पणियां करना केवल तेजस्वी यादव कर सकते हैं। तेजस्वी जी की दिक्कत यही है कि पढ़े लिखे नहीं होने के कारण जो घर पे 2-3 उनके लोग हैं वो जो रटवाते हैं, बताते हैं, वह जाके वह मंच पर बोल देते हैं, कहीं भी बोल देते हैं। उससे बाहर का अगर कोई प्रश्न आएगा आउट ऑफ सिलेबस तो वो ऐसा ही कचरा करेंगे। यह प्रेस का अपमान है।
Tejashwi's distasteful remark has raised a larger question on whether the opposition in Bihar has resorted to shooting the messenger amid the EC's ongoing purge of bogus voters.
Let's also have now a quick check of the other stories that we're tracking nationally. This is Bharat in 1 minute. A pickup truck was swept away by rising flood waters in Madhya Pradesh's Chhatarpur before crashing onto a culvert at Panchri Ghat. The culvert caved in and broke due to the overflowing Dashan river after heavy rainfall in the Chhatarpur district. Visuals on your screen show how a pickup vehicle lying overturned after crashing onto the culvert.
लगातार बारिश का दौर जारी है। इसी क्रम में कल रात करीब 12 बजे हमको एक सूचना मिली थी कि पचेर घाट जो कि टीकमगढ़ और छतरपुर का बॉर्डर है, यहाँ पर एक पिकअप वाहन नदी में बह जाने की सूचना मिली थी। हम लोग तत्काल मौके पर पहुँचे थे। थाना ईशानगर की टीम और एसडीआरएफ की टीम द्वारा तत्काल रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन शुरू किया गया, जिसमें पिकअप में सवार 2 लोगों को रात्रि में ही सुरक्षित बचा लिया गया था। एक व्यक्ति पिकअप के नीचे दब जाने से उसकी दुखद मृत्यु हो गई है और वर्तमान में भी लगातार पानी का दौर जारी है। बरसात लगातार हो रही है।
Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Deo Sai chaired a key meeting of the BJP MLAs as well as party leaders at his Raipur residence. Visuals show that the BJP MLAs and leaders arriving for the meeting on Sunday evening. However, the lawmakers and leaders were tight-lipped when asked about what happened inside the meeting. BJP MP Yogendra Chandolia came out in support of the Election Commission's special intensive revision of the electoral rolls in poll-bound Bihar. He said there's every chance that the ongoing special roll revision in Bihar would be replicated in other states that have been plagued by illegal immigration from Myanmar and Bangladesh. Batting for the revision of electoral rolls, the lawmakers said that the names of all bogus and illegal voters should be deleted from the rolls and they should be sent back to where they belong.
देखिए, जब से बिहार में चुनाव आयोग ने काम शुरू किया है, अभी और भी राज्यों में काम करेगा। चुनाव आयोग एक इंडिपेंडेंट बॉडी है और उसको अधिकार है। अगर नेपाली, म्यांमार के लोग और बांग्लादेशी लोग अगर हमारे मतदाता होंगे तो हमारे जो स्थानीय लोग हैं, स्थानीय निवासी हैं, वोट का राइट उनको होना, उनको राइट क्यों है और ये वोट क्यों बने? और ये सारे वोट डिलीट होने चाहिए और केवल वोट डिलीट नहीं होने चाहिए, इन लोगों को भी जहां जहां के ये नागरिक हैं वहां तक पहुंचाने का काम करना चाहिए सरकार को।
Former Bihar Minister Tej Pratap Yadav tore into the Nitish Kumar government over the state of law and order after a leader of the ruling BJP was shot dead by unidentified assailants. The killing of the BJP leader Surendra Kewat came close on the heels of the murder of influential businessman Gopal Khemka. Targeting the Chief Minister, Tej Pratap claimed Nitish was incapable of running the state as criminals were on a free run across the state and committing crimes with impunity on his watch. He claimed that the ruling NDA will be defeated in the upcoming assembly elections.
देखिए, बिहार का जो कानून व्यवस्था पूरे तरीके से चरमराया हुआ है। यहाँ तक कि जो नीतीश कुमार जी है पूरे तरीके से शिथिल पड़ चुके हैं, कोमा में जा चुके हैं, उनसे सरकार चल नहीं रही है। जिसका कारण है कि पूरे तरीके से जो अपराधी है खुलेआम बिहार में, पटना में खुलेआम तांडव मचा रहे हैं और सरकार और प्रशासन के लोग पूरे तरीके से लिप्त हैं। सरकार बेलगाम हो चुका है। सरकार बहुत जल्दी गिरने वाला है चुनाव के बाद।
Religious leader and preacher Swami Chidanand Saraswati praised the Uttarakhand government for launching Operation Kalanimi. The operation, launched at the behest of Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami, is aimed at identifying and cracking down on frauds who exploit people's faith by false claiming themselves to be religious figures. The president and the spiritual head of Parmanath Niketan Ashram thanked the Dhami government, saying that the operation isn't aimed at targeting preachers but those cheating and looting followers in the name of faith.
इसका अभिनंदन करना चाहिए और इसे आगे बढ़ाया जाना चाहिए। और फिर वे युवा हैं, कर्मठ हैं, कर्मयोगी हैं, उत्साही हैं। आज भी मैंने उनके जोश को देखा। उनका ये किसी खिलाफ नहीं है, ये सबको साथ लेकर चलने की यात्रा और सबके लिए है ये, ताकि कोई ठगा ना जाए, ताकि कोई किसी को मूर्ख ना बना सके। और समाज में देखा नहीं अभी छांगुर बाबा और पता नहीं क्या क्या चीज़ें आ रही हैं, तो निश्चित रूप में ऐसी चीज़ें बाहर आनी चाहिए। और फिर सच को डरना क्या।
And it's time for us to now slip into a short break, but after the break we'll get you the huge controversy that has erupted over the Air India crash probe details, with the pilots regrouping Alpha India Muz's legal course to be part of Air India plane crash probe. Also coming up after the break is the shocking case from the national capital, where a girl from Tripura who is a Delhi University student has been found dead in the Yamuna River.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिरज का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
महाराष्ट्राची माफी मागतो मी, छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांची माफी मागतो, महाराजांची माफी मागतो, बाळासाहेबांची माफी मागतो, उद्धव साहेबांची माफी मागतो, राज साहेबांची माफी मागतो।
Jet bound for Netherlands crashes moments after takeoff from the South End airport. Visuals on your screen show how it turns into a huge fireball. Pilots grouping ALPA India Muz's legal course to be part of Air India plane crash probe.
आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहाँ से अच्छा दिखता है।
India is still Sare Jahan Se Acha. That is what Shubhanshu Shukla had to say in his final message from space.
एक मिनट इसका चुनाव आयोग से कोई डॉक्यूमेंट या कोई प्रेस नोट या कोई ऐसी बात आई है या कि कहाँ से ये खबर आई? सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं, सूत्र बताते हैं, हम उस सूत्र को मूत्र समझते हैं। वेस्ट जो होता है ना, ये वो है।
Brazen display of abuse of power. Lalu Yadav's son insults journalism and media during a press conference. Tripura girl missing in Delhi for 6 days, now found dead under city flyover in the Yamuna River. Ahead of Jaishankar's visit, Beijing says Tibet issue a thorn in India-China ties, claims deal, Dalai Lama issue an internal matter. Thank you for staying with Republic. We start this edition with the top focus story, which is about the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's visit to China. And remember, this comes after 5 long years. And in the same, we've got fresh pictures of the External Affairs Minister who is meeting the Chinese Vice President Han Zheng ahead of the SCO Foreign Ministers meeting. That's the crucial meeting that has already begun early morning today. All eyes are now on what will actually be discussed as far as the India-China ties are concerned. Remember, China hitting its foot with the axe has already said that the Tibet issues remain a thorn in the India-China ties and that it needed to be solved, and that the Dalai Lama issue is an internal matter, and thereby reiterating what they have already said in the past. However, India and Tibet have made their position amply clear, saying that the succession of Dalai Lama will be decided by the Dalai Lama's office himself. In fact, Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor is joining us on the phone line on that. Abhishek, early morning visuals of Jaishankar meeting the Chinese VP in Beijing. What are we looking forward to as far as the meet is concerned?
Well, you see, there has been a bit of a provocation just yesterday with a spokesperson of the Chinese embassy in New Delhi calling the Dalai Lama issue or the Tibet issue as a thorn in India-China relationship. But there are many thorns in India-China relationship at this juncture, Pakistan being another one, China's double standards on terrorism, another one, and Chinese manipulation of trade relations, another one. So I think there are a lot of issues that both sides have on the table to discuss. And remember, this is the first visit of S. Jaishankar to China post-Galwan, which is like it is happening after 5 years. This is the first visit of Jaishankar to China after the Operation Sindoor, where India has made it amply clear that the Chinese were fully involved on the side of Pakistanis, like live helping them, in real time helping them. And this is also the first visit of Jaishankar after the 90th birthday of Dalai Lama, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, which happened just about a week back. And that ruffled some Chinese feathers. So I think it's significant that this meeting is finally happening in the SCO or on the in that platform. The Chinese have really been in a tango with Pakistan, and because of which a joint statement was not possible last month when Defense Minister Rajnath Singh had gone to participate in the Defense Ministers meeting. Like this is the Foreign Ministers meeting in which External Affairs Minister has gone to participate in. So I think there are a lot of bilateral issues which would be on the table, and this meeting is taking place with the Vice President now, of course, and then there would be a meeting with the Foreign Minister on the sidelines of the SCO Foreign Ministers meeting, which is in Tianjin. This meeting, of course, happening in Beijing.
Right, absolutely, Abhishek. In fact, the statement that they have just issued, the Chinese embassy in the national capital, saying that the only thorn in India-China relation remains to be that of the Tibet issue, thereby saying that the succession of Dalai Lama stays an internal matter. And do you think by saying that, yet again, they have actually gone ahead to hit the axe on their foot?
Well, Tanisha, so obviously the kind of statement that's come in and the kind of straight-jacketed, tightly controlled system that's there in China and the communist state, what the spokesperson here has said is clearly a reflection of what Beijing is thinking on the issue of Tibet and the connection with Dalai Lama, who's been India's guest for the last 6 decades and more. Official Indian position has not evolved. It's just that since Dalai Lama has hit 90 years of age, and he had said that when he turns 90, he would make an announcement on his reincarnation, which he has done, and made it clear that his successor would be someone from outside China, born in free world and not in Chinese control. That's between the Tibetan community and the Chinese to thrash out. Since the Dalai Lama has been our guest for these decades, we cannot throw him out. And he's a spiritual leader of the community. If the Chinese are not able to handle that, it's Chinese problem. So for them to be making that now an issue between India and China, despite the fact that India's official position on Tibet has not evolved. The last time it evolved was in during 1999-2000 period, when India said, okay, fine, Tibet autonomous region is part of China, and since then officially our position has not evolved. So there is nothing that Chinese should be complaining or could be complaining, but then they did, because obviously they have a situation to handle, which is that their collusion and complete cohabitation with Pakistan during Operation Sindoor, their real-time support to Pakistan during Operation Sindoor is an issue on the table. So maybe they want to just turn around the dialogue, or maybe have one more lever to talk about. But obviously that's a non-starter, given the kind of double standards China has maintained. Also, most importantly, despite the understandings reached between the two leaders, Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping, in Kazan on the sidelines of the BRICS summit last year, we are seeing the Chinese continuing to manipulate on the trade aspect of the relationship also. They have been throttling the supply of fertilizers, particularly the DAP or the phosphatic supplies in the last 5-6 months. They have recently withdrawn their engineers from the Foxconn facility in Chennai, about 300 of them who were helping in the Apple manufacturing. So obviously that kind of manipulation, be it the supplies of rare earths, which China has done with the rest of the world also, or the phosphatic supplies, fertilizer supplies, which China has done specifically to India, or the withdrawal of these engineers. Obviously China is looking at India as some kind of threat and trying to, throttle and constrain our economic growth. So those are issues that need to be discussed and should be discussed, and perhaps would be discussed when External Affairs Minister is in Beijing and Tianjin over the next day and a half.
Absolutely, Abhishek. Thank you very much again for sharing all those updates. We quickly move across to the other breaking news that we are getting in. And ladies and gentlemen, this is about the Air India crash probe report, where there's a huge controversy that has erupted after the Pilots Association have said that they have to be included in the report. Now remember, the pilot body has mulled legal recourse to be a part of the investigation into Air India's Boeing 787 plane crash probe. This a day after alleging that AAIB's preliminary report suggests a bias towards pilot error. The Airline Pilots Association of India represents over 800 pilots of airlines and helicopter companies in country. It is a member of the International Federation of Airline Pilots Association, which claims to have 1 lakh pilots from across 100 countries as its member. Against the backdrop of the AAIB's preliminary report, representatives of the Alpha India will meet officials of the Directorate General of Civil Aviation to discuss the various issues today. So another crucial meeting that we are waiting to happen today. Here's a detailed report on all that you will have to look forward to as far as the Air India probe is concerned.
In a significant development, the top pilots body in the country has said it was mulling legal recourse to be made part of the ongoing probe into the Air India 787 Dreamliner crash in Ahmedabad. This after the Airport Accident Investigation Bureau hinted at fuel cutoff as the primary and most likely trigger for the Dreamliner crash. The preliminary probe report even pointed to a chilling cockpit conversation minutes before the crash, in which one of the pilots asked why the fuel was cut off. To this, the other pilot responded saying he did not flip the fuel switches. The findings in the probe report led to chatter of a pilot error behind the crash, which claimed the lives of all but one of the 242 passengers and crew on board. Piqued at the direction at which the ongoing probe was seemingly headed, the Airline Pilots Association of India said it was ready to double up efforts to be involved in the probe, even if it was as an observer. Republic has learned from top sources that ALPA India members would meet officials of the Directorate General of Civil Aviation today to discuss various issues. The pilots' body earlier expressed concern over the AAIB's preliminary report, alleging that it suggested a bias towards pilot error.
Now that this insinuation has come in, that maybe pilot intervention led to the fuel switch off, how do we become clear that yes, this happened? If not, then what happened?
Okay, the AIB report does not say that the pilot moved the switch to off and then to run.
Right.
It says it transitions to off and then to run after 10 seconds.
Right.
However, the message that has been conveyed to the larger foreign media is that this was a human deliberate attempt of switching off the engines.
Right.
Also, the FAA has issued a circular saying that there is nothing technically wrong. The AIB report, preliminary report, is only focusing on fuel switches.
Right.
Okay. Therefore, it has now become mandatory that we know in the exact conversation between the pilots and the ATC and its timestamp.
Right.
Because the same sequence of action would be a correct sequence of action if it is after the dual engine failure.
So you mean to say the exact conversation in those last moments should be released?
Exact conversation with time frame of the CVR with the channels that they record.
Right.
And it has got no analysis in it.
Right.
It is just a transcript. All the investigations, all the accidents, you get this.
Right.
And if we get it, there will be a lot of speculations that would be set aside, and we would have a clarity and a closure for many who are looking for a closure. They can't wait for 1 year.
Obviously.
And this is already available with them. So
Right.
it can be released. I hope the government requests the AIB to release this transcript of CVR. That's the right word for it.
Right.
And thereafter, a lot of things will be clear.
ALPA India represents over 800 pilots of airlines and helicopter companies in the country. It is a member of the International Federation of Airline Pilots Association, or IFALPA, which claims to have 1 lakh pilots from across 100 countries as its members. Meanwhile, in a guarded response to the preliminary crash report earlier, Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu warned against jumping to conclusions. As speculations around the crash probe report mount, is the AIB casting aspersions on the operational integrity of the pilots?
And we shift our focus to breaking news that's coming in, and this one is from the state of Karnataka, where it is Union Minister Prahlad Joshi that has given a big statement. Now the statement reads, and I quote, he said, with a Congress MLA claiming that the BJP was planning to topple the government in Karnataka and has prepared to target 55 legislators to central agencies, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has hit back, alleging that horse trading was going on in the ruling party itself amid the chief minister change speculation. So as and when there are huge and massive speculation of how there could be a change in the chief ministerial post in Karnataka, the front runners, remember, is of course one and only the DK Shivakumar, the deputy chief minister of Karnataka. Prahlad Joshi there leaving no stone unturned to take a drive at the Congress party, saying that in fact the horse trading is happening in their own party. In fact, even as there is a fierce power tussle in the state of Karnataka, we learn that Surjewala will today be meeting the KPCC leaders, and this comes as a crucial meeting that will be held today, and this will be done in the state of Karnataka itself, in Bengaluru to be specific. Senior Congress leader Randeep Surjewala to hold one-on-one meetings with ministers and Karnataka Congress MLAs today in Bengaluru. Complete firefighting mode there that has been given in by the Congress party, going all out to quell the anger that is there among the MLAs, some section of the MLAs, remember, who want D.K. Shivakumar to be the chief minister. Many statements have already been made in the past wherein it was an unhappy D.K. Shivakumar that had said that I had no other option but to remain the deputy chief minister. Meanwhile, Siddaramaiah time and again reiterating his statement, saying that he will remain chief minister for the next 5 years. All right, moving on to some other stories that we are getting, and this one again is from the state of Karnataka, but not from the world of politics. Now, it is about how a Swiggy delivery agent was thrashed in public, and this happened near the hospital junction in Bengaluru after he stopped at a red light when he refused to move despite the vehicle being behind him. The men got out and beat him up, leaving him injured and bleeding. The attackers fled, and the victim later filed a complaint at the police station. Police have now registered a case and are examining the CCTV footage to identify the culprits. So that's the latest breaking news that we have from the state of Karnataka. Again, this time it is a Swiggy delivery executive who was assaulted by 3 men near Modi Hospital Junction in Bengaluru. Now, it was done because he stopped at a red light when he refused to move despite pressure from the vehicle behind him. There were 3 men who got out of the car, thrashed him in such a way that he started bleeding. He was injured. He has registered a complaint so far at the police station. The police is probing the incident and examining the CCTV footage. On your screen are the punches and the brutal assault that the Swiggy delivery agent had to go through just because he refused to move forward even as the red light opened. And let's have a quick check of the other stories that we're tracking. This is Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The Uttar Pradesh administration has deployed HD drones for surveillance along the Kanwad Yatra routes. The live feed from the drone cameras is being transmitted to the Integrated Command Control Center through Jatayu Van and is also accessible to the mobile phone officials. The Ministry of Railways has announced that the following of the successful trial installation of CCTV cameras in passenger coaches. It will now install CCTV cameras in all coaches. In its statement, the ministry stated that the move will significantly enhance passenger safety. Severe waterlogging has been reported in several parts of Dholpur, Rajasthan following heavy rainfall. Other regions of the state have also experienced rain, prompting alerts from the Indian Meteorological Department. An orange alert has been issued for heavy rainfall in Hadoti region, including Kota, Baran, Jalwar. A yellow alert, meanwhile, has been issued in 25 districts, including Jaipur, Sikar, Bharatpur, Ajmer, Pali and Udaipur. Amid the centre's push to the domestic automobile giants to go electric, a new report has predicted India's used car volume to grow 8 to 10% in the year 2025-2026. The expected surge in the used car volume is twice as fast as the new car sales. Now, the report stated that there would be a sharp increase in the range. Take a look at this detailed report for more information.
India is chasing ambitious climate goals. Polluting old cars off the streets is seen as a big step towards cutting emission and meeting climate goals. The centre has been pressing domestic automakers to roll out more non-polluting electric vehicles. However, a new report by ratings agency CRISIL has pointed to a trend that may not aid the country's fight against vehicular pollution. The report by CRISIL has claimed a surge of used cars in India by 8 to 10% in 2025-26. The report comes days after the Delhi government ordered a halt on its no-fuel rule for end-of-life cars in the national capital. The report says used car sales in the country is set to zoom to 6 million units this fiscal. The surge, according to the report, would be fueled by a value-conscious demand, rising digital adoption, and better access to finance. However, what may seem value for money for motorists may not bode well for the environment.
And moving on to the other stories that we're tracking, and this one is from the world of sports. World number 1 Italian Yannick Sinner avenged his defeat to Spanish rival Carlos Alcaraz in the final at the Roland Garros as he bested the defending men's champion in the summit clash at the Wimbledon on Sunday. Now, after dropping the opening set 4-6, the Italian came out firing on all cylinders to eventually lift his maiden Wimbledon men's title. Here's more.
Wimbledon crowned a new king on Sunday. Exorcising the ghosts from Roland Garros, world number 1 Italian Yannick Sinner lifted his maiden Wimbledon men's title, beating defending champion Carlos Alcaraz. The win came as sweet revenge for the French Open heartbreak, which saw the Italian blow away a 2-set lead over Alcaraz to eventually crash to a defeat in the title clash. Coming into the final with a straight sets win over 24-time Grand Slam champion Novak Djokovic, Sinner initially found the going tough against his familiar opponent. He dropped the opening set 4-6, raising fears of another loss to the Spaniard in a big final. However, the Italian found his bearings just on time and came out firing on all cylinders thereafter to take the next 3 sets of the Spaniard by an identical score before raising his fists in triumph. Speaking at the post-match press conference, Sinner said he overcame mental struggles and inner demons from previous losses to Alcaraz in big finals to eventually come out winner.
I'm very emotional, no, even if I don't cry, but it feels emotional because only me and the people who are close to me know exactly what we have been through on and off the court, and it has been everything except easy. We've tried to push, every practice session. Even I was struggling at times mentally, maybe even more in practice sessions, because I feel like when I play the match I can switch off and then just play, and I believe that this helped me a lot. And yeah, but to share this moment with my family here, my whole family here, it's the most amazing thing what could have happened to me, and in Paris was only my mom, and it was still just an amazing feeling, and here my dad and my brother and my mom too, and the whole team.
Defeated yet not humbled, Alcaraz said the rivalry with Sinner was here to stay.
Yo muy contento de estar en esta posición, de poder seguir jugando grandes finales, hacerlo con Yannick. Como he dicho, yo creo que estamos forjando y estamos creando una rivalidad muy bonita para el tenis, para mí también, lo cual es una de las grandes razones por las que me hace mejorar, pero al final todo el mundo creo que tiene a Yannick como ejemplo, como jugador a batir, y yo creo que...
With the rivals all square after the contrasting outcomes at Roland Garros and Wimbledon, it is now to be seen who prevails at the US Open should the two make another summit clash.
It's time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, all the details on how the pilots grouping ALPA India mulls legal course to be a part of Air India plane crash probe.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
A storm is brewing at the heart of American law enforcement. FBI Director Kash Patel is reportedly on the verge of resigning, threatening to walk away from his post if his deputy, Dan Bongino, follows through on his own plans to quit. The reason? A fiery clash with Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case, a controversy that's ignited outrage among MAGA supporters and raised questions about transparency in the Trump administration. The Epstein saga has long haunted political and social circles, with its web of allegations involving powerful figures. President Donald Trump, seen here socializing with Epstein in 1992 at Mar-a-Lago, has faced scrutiny over their past friendship. Trump has since distanced himself, claiming in a recent cabinet meeting that he hadn't been close to Epstein for nearly 2 decades before his death.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
महाराष्ट्राची माफी मागतो। मी छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांची माफी मागतो। महाराजांची माफी मागतो। बाळासाहेबांची माफी मागतो। उद्धव साहेबांची माफी मागतो। राज साहेबांची माफी मागतो।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
A storm is brewing at the heart of American law enforcement. FBI Director Kash Patel is reportedly on the verge of resigning, threatening to walk away from his post if his deputy, Dan Bongino, follows through on his own plans to quit. The reason? A fiery clash with Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case, a controversy that's ignited outrage among MAGA supporters and raised questions about transparency in the Trump administration. The Epstein saga has long haunted political and social circles, with its web of allegations involving powerful figures. President Donald Trump, seen here socializing with Epstein in 1992 at Mar-a-Lago, has faced scrutiny over their past friendship. Trump has since distanced himself, claiming in a recent cabinet meeting that he hadn't been close to Epstein for nearly 2 decades before his death.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. Welcome to Republic TV. This is live and breaking. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. The top story of the day is Shubhanshu Shukla's homecoming. He is set to return to Earth and the entire country is waiting with bated breath. Let's also take a look at the other top stories that we are tracking in the headlines. India
आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है. आज का भारत निडर दिखता है. आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है. आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है. और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है.
India is still सारे जहां से अच्छा, says the Shubhanshu Shukla in the final message from space. Odisha government has formed a 3-member committee to investigate the Balasore student self-immolation case. Pilots grouping Alpa India merged legal course to be part of Air India plane crash probe. The body of 19-year-old student of Delhi University who was missing for the past 6 days has been found in Delhi, and the body was retrieved from the Yamuna River near Geeta Colony flyover in North Delhi. And slamming Russian President Vladimir Putin, US President Donald Trump says he'd end the Ukraine war in 24 hours, and his patience with Putin is wearing thin. All right, the top international focus right now. US President Donald Trump has slammed Russian President and he has said that he will end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. So Donald Trump slamming Russian President Vladimir Putin, and he's saying that his patience with Putin is wearing thin. Remember, this coming as a Russia-Ukraine war continuing, and there have been no signs about the end of the war. Despite number of talks happening, there is no end to the war. And now, the U.S. President threatening Russian President Putin, saying that his patience with Putin is wearing thin. Let's listen in to what Donald Trump said.
But I am very disappointed with President Putin. You know, I thought he was somebody that meant what he said, and he'll talk so beautifully and then he'll bomb people at night. We don't like that. But I am very disappointed with President Putin. You know, I thought he was somebody that meant what he said, and he'll talk so beautifully and then he'll bomb people at night. We don't like that. But I am very disappointed with President Putin. You know, I thought he was somebody that meant what he said, and he'll talk so beautifully and then he'll bomb people at night. We don't like that.
All right, let's move on in the bulletin now and talk about the biggest top story that we are talking about, and that is the Indian Air Force Group Captain and astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla has said that his journey during the Axiom 4 mission, which is coming to an end, has been incredible, and credited the people involved in the mission for the same. While speaking to his countrymen in Hindi during his farewell speech, Shukla said that while his journey in the space is coming to an end, the journey of India's human space mission is still very long and difficult. All right, let's listen in to what Shubhanshu Shukla has said.
कुछ शब्द मेरे देशवासियों के लिए हिंदी में. कमाल की यात्रा रही है ये मेरी. लेकिन अब जैसे कि मेरी ये यात्रा ख़त्म होने वाली है, आपकी और मेरी यात्रा अभी बहुत लंबी है। हमारी ह्यूमन स्पेस मिशन की जो यात्रा है वो बहुत लंबी है और बहुत कठिन भी है, लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूँ कि अगर हम निश्चय कर लें तो तारा अभी प्राप्यन्ते, इवन स्टार्स आर अटेनेबल। 41 साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है, और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहाँ से अच्छा दिखता है।
All right, let's get a perspective on this story, the Shubhanshu Shukla's homecoming. We have right now a guest joining us, Dr. Shishadri Rao Velanki, who is a former ISRO scientist. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, we'd like to know from you that while the country is waiting with bated breath and looking for the return of Shubhanshu Shukla, we'd like to know from you what are the really key challenges and milestones in Shukla's return journey from the ISS to Earth, especially when we talk about the re-entry and the splashdown.
Yeah, good morning to all of you. It is fantastic, and all the days went on well for Shubhanshu Shukla, and the intended activities were completed, and he is able to give the farewell message to everybody, and it is heartening. As far as the flight phases are concerned and departure to splashdown, we can divide them into 7 phases. The first one being departure from ISS, and then the second one being the phasing burns, and the third one is the module has got service modules, crew module and service module. The service module contained all the used up items which are to get separated before, let us say, bringing the module to splashdown. So it is called trunk jettisoning, that gets jettisoned. And then you have to reduce the velocity, that is called deorbit burn. And then afterwards there is a re-entry. For stabilization in re-entry, immediately after re-entry, the drogue parachutes, drogue parachutes will open up around 2.4 kilometers height and then bring up to 1.9 kilometers or so. And then later on, the main parachutes, 4 parachutes will come up and then splash down near in the sea, near Mexico, Mexican Sea, and the velocity is reduced to almost 27 kilometers per hour when it is splashing down. These are the stages. The moment you look at the ground readiness is concerned, the weather conditions, there should not be any chance of lightning, no rain in the recovery zone, and the wind speeds in the recovery zone should be less than 16 kilometers per hour, and you need calm sea there. And as far as the astronauts are concerned, the recovery team, let us say, they get suited up, and that means they wear suits. The Dragon hatch is to be sealed, and then ISS hatch to be sealed, and then they wait for a go, let us say, for a detachment. These are the fundamental readiness activity. Once the go-ahead is given, in the departure from ISS, it is an involved activity because the undocking sequence command contains the power, telemetry and command channels are deactivated. That means physically they are separated, and there are 12 hard capture hooks. Let us say they are to be lifted up. That means they are to get opened up in 2 phases, 6 hooks in one phase, 2 hooks and others, 6 hooks in other phase. And there is a claw connecting the trunk and the capsule. This delivers the power, telemetry and fluids that will also get detached. And then all hooks, they see that they are opened, all 12 hooks. And then initiate to see that whether anything is still sticky through ISS. They'll fire the, let's say, small thrusters for short duration. And then slowly they separate it out. So that is the departure mechanism that is going to happen at 4:30 p.m. today.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and giving us all the details on that. And of course, all eyes are on Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and his crew members as a countdown of their return begins. And also, along with all the countrymen, of course, the Shukla's parents are really elated. Let's listen in to Group Captain Shukla's parents.
इससे ज़्यादा प्रसन्नता की बात हो क्या सकती है कि हमारा बेटा एक मिशन से वापस लौट रहा है, ऊपर से सफलतापूर्वक मिशन उसका कंप्लीट हो। बस यही दुआ कामना करते हैं कि किसी तरह से जल्दी वो आए और आकर हम लोगों से मिले, मुलाकात करें। प्रार्थना यही कर रहे हैं कि अब ऊपर से जैसे सकुशल पहुंच गए थे उसी तरह सकुशल धरती पर वापस आए। यही भगवान से, ईश्वर से मनाते हैं कि भगवान उनकी रक्षा करें, अच्छे से उनको वापस धरती पर आते समय कोई दिक्कत ना हो, किसी प्रकार की दिक्कत परेशानी न पैदा हो और जल्दी आए नीचे, वापस आकर मिले हम लोगों से। हम तो बहुत उत्सुक हैं देखने के लिए उसका कि कैसा स्वास्थ्य रहा, कैसे रहे इतने दिन ऊपर, ये सब देखने के लिए बहुत उत्सुक है। अब डर तो थोड़ा बहुत मन में रहता ही, मगर ठीक है, बच्चे ने ये कदम उठाया है तो माँ भी उसी में शामिल, बच्चे के हर काम में माँ अपने आप शामिल हो जाती, जो जिसमें बच्चे की खुशी उसी में माँ भी खुश रहती है। तो इसलिए हमको कोई दिक्कत, कोई डर नहीं महसूस होता है।
जिसके लिए हम लोग गिनते दिन से इंतजार कर रहे थे, अब वो मतलब जो है वापसी हो रही है। हम लोगों को बहुत ही खुशी है और बहुत प्रसन्न है हम लोग कि जल्दी से जल्दी वो वापस आ जाए। ये हम ईश्वर से सबका मतलब प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनको जो सकुशल जो है पृथ्वी पर आसानी से उनका जो है ड्रैगन मतलब वापस हो, और ये हमारे लिए बड़ी खुशी का दिन होगा।
क्या प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं? अब इतने जो दिन स्पेस स्टेशन में हो रहे हैं अभी भी हैं, तो यहाँ से क्या प्रार्थना करते थे?
हम तो ईश्वर से यही प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनका सकुशल मिशन पूरा हो और वो सकुशल वापसी उनकी हो। यही ईश्वर से हमेशा मतलब हर समय जो है उनसे प्रार्थना करते रहते हैं, और हमारी तो ये और अपनी दुआएं भी उसको देते रहते हैं कि मतलब जो है कि तुम सकुशल वापस होगे, सब अच्छी तरह होगा।
आपकी बात उनसे हुई तो उन्होंने क्या बताया?
उस समय वो बिल्कुल ठीक थे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी। जब बात हुई थी तो बहुत प्रसन्नचित्त थे और सब बता रहे थे कि हमारा काम समय से हो रहा, जितने भी हमें वर्क दिए गए थे वो हमारे लगभग पूरे हो रहे हैं और हमारा काम समय से हो जाएगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी किसी प्रकार की। हम यहाँ बिल्कुल ठीक हैं, बहुत अच्छी तरह हैं और सभी कुछ उसमें, जैसे कि वहाँ लैब कैसी है, सोते कहाँ हैं, सूरज कैसे उगता है, ये सब कुछ उन्होंने जो है हमें दिखाया और बड़ा अच्छा लगा उनको वहाँ प्रसन्नचित्त हो देखकर। ये हमारे लिए बड़ी अच्छी सूचना थी कि मतलब जो है हम उनको देखकर बड़ा खुश हुए कि वहाँ ठीक ठाक है, सब कुछ है, अच्छी तरह है।
And now a look at the other big story that we are tracking. Nimisha Priya, an Indian nurse on death row in Yemen, now faces execution on 16th of July for the alleged 2018 murder of a Yemeni national. And Yemen's president had approved Nimisha's execution earlier this year, and now in a final effort to save her, Nimisha Priya's family has offered $1 million, which is approximately 8.6 crore rupees. This is as blood money to the victim's family under Yemen's Sharia law, which allows for the possibility of pardon in such cases. All right, let's get a perspective. We are right now joined in by Advocate Subhash Chandran, who is Nimisha Priya's lawyer in the case. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, how do you look at the offer of blood money under the Sharia law? Do you think that is the only last resort that we have right now?
Yeah, good morning. And today is a very crucial day for Miss Nimisha Priya's family, friends, and the Save Nimisha Priya International Action Council, as the case filed by the Save Nimisha Priya International Action Council is considering today by the Honorable Supreme Court of India.
Yes.
So yes, we have offered a blood money to the Nimisha Priya, the victim's family by the Nimisha Priya's International Action Council as well as the Nimisha Priya's family. But the family of the victim has not come to the negotiation table yet. They have not either accepted the offer or they have not denied the offer. So there are some grey areas in this matter. So it can be resolved only by the intervention of the Union of India. That's why we approached the Honorable Supreme Court seeking some directions to the Union of India to facilitate the negotiation through the diplomatic channel, because there is a travel ban since 2016. This travel ban exists now, and there is no, in the last 9 years the Indian diasporas or Indian citizens are not there. So it's very difficult for us to lead the negotiations there. So the only one agency, the stakeholder, the major stakeholder who can lead this negotiation is the government of India only. So we are very clear. We said to government of India that we don't expect a single penny from Union of India or the government's exchequer. We are ready to raise the entire amount, whatever the victim's family demand. We are ready to raise that as crowd fund, and we are ready to pay it. But we are praying, we are seeking, we are humbly requesting the government of India's indulgence only to facilitate the negotiation, as there are some these logistical issues and the linguistic issues. So we hope the Honorable Supreme Court will understand our concerns, and the Honorable Supreme Court will direct certain directions to the Union of India today.
All right. Sir, beyond Diya, when we talk about the blood money, Diya, also the executive pardon, are there other legal options available as far as the Yemeni law is concerned? And is there any possibility of probably human rights organizations' pressure or by international organizations?
All the legal the options are exhausted in this case, because in 2020 the trial court, the Yemeni trial court has convicted Nimshapriya for, sentenced Nimshapriya for the death penalty. Thereafter we filed the first appellate court, we approached the first appellate court with an appeal, and that was dismissed by the first appellate court in 2022. Then thereafter we approached the Supreme Court of Yemen, that's Supreme Judicial Council, and the appeal before the Supreme Judicial Council was also dismissed by the Yemeni Supreme Judicial Council in 2023. So all the legal remedies are exhausted in this matter, and only the available remedy, that's according to Sharia law, the diya is available, the blood money is available. So now we can explore that option only, and that can be done only through the consent of the victim's family. So we will have to bring them to the negotiation table, and we are trying to do that.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on Republic TV, and we wish you all the best for the hearing in the Supreme Court today. All right, let's get to some other news. The body of a 19-year-old student of Delhi University who was missing for the past 6 days has been found by the Delhi police, reported PTI, and her body was retrieved from the Yamuna River near the Gita Colony flyover in North Delhi on Sunday evening. And her family is alleging police inaction in the case. Remember, this is the case of a Delhi University student from Tripura who was missing for the last 6 days, and she is a student of Delhi University, and now her body has been found. It was retrieved from the Yamuna River near the Gita Colony flyover in North Delhi. Let's get all the updates. Our colleague Sambhavi is now joining us for more details. Sambhavi, what details do you have about the case? And as far as the finding of the body is concerned, what led police to look at that spot, and what are the details emerging? All right, we'll try to connect back with our reporter, but the details so far in the case is that this girl from Tripura, she was studying in Delhi University, and she was missing for the last 6 days. And her body has been found under the Delhi bridge. It was below the Gita Colony flyover. Her body was retrieved from the Yamuna River. And at the moment, what we do know is that the parents are alleging police inaction in the case. And the mystery about her missing and her body being found is right now deepening. So investigation is currently underway. She hailed from Sabroom in South Tripura, had come to Delhi for higher education. Sambhavi, our colleague, is now joining us. Sambhavi, what are the details emerging in the case now? Sambhavi, can you hear me?
Well, yes.
Yes,
as
please,
per the latest update, we know that
Yes.
Yes. As per the latest update, we know that Sneha Devnath's body was found floating in Yamuna River under the Gita Colony Bridge. And Sneha was reportedly a BSc student in Atmaram Sanatan Dharm College from Delhi University. And her last call was to her mother on 7th of July around 5:56 a.m. when she told her mother that she's going to drop a friend off to the railway station, but when her phone was found switched off around 2 hours later, the family grew concerned. In the latest update yesterday, her dead body was found. We are keeping close tabs on all the updates of the case, and we will keep bringing it to you as and when we receive it.
Some of you also understand that a post-mortem report is currently underway. The post-mortem is currently underway. And what is the police saying at the moment? Because a suspected suicide note apparently was also found at her residence, and now her body has been found. So any updates on police saying something about that?
Well, no, there hasn't been any update on that yet. Yes, the body was sent for post-mortem yet, and we are not able to access any post-mortem report yet. They haven't released anything.
All right. Thank you, Sambhavi, for all those details there. And viewers, now let's take a look at some other news from across the nation in Bharat in One.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Uttar Pradesh administration has deployed HD drones for surveillance along the Kamad Yatra routes. The live feed from the drone camera is being transmitted to the Integrated Command Control Center through Jatayu van and is also accessible on the mobile phones of the officials. The Ministry of Railways has announced that following the successful trial installation of CCTV cameras in passenger coaches, it will now install CCTV cameras in all coaches. In a statement, the ministry stated that the move will significantly enhance passenger safety. Severe waterlogging has been reported in several parts of Dholpur in Rajasthan following heavy rainfall. Other regions of the state have also experienced rain, prompting alerts from the Indian Meteorological Department. An orange alert has been issued for heavy rainfall in the Hadoi region, including Kota, Baran and Jhalawar. A yellow alert has been issued in 25 districts, including Jaipur, Sikar, Bharatpur, Ajmer, Pali and Udaipur. And now a very, very shocking incident that has come in from Bihar, where RJD leader and Bihar's leader of opposition, Tejasvi Yadav, has abused journalists during a press briefing in Patna. Ruining and running down the fourth pillar of democracy, Tejasvi Yadav, in fact, insulted the media, and he hurled the slur "Mudra" to describe the journalists. Take a look at this shocking report.
Bihar leader of the opposition Tejasvi Yadav talked himself into a controversy after he directed a filthy bar by journalists during a press briefing in Patna. Running down the fourth pillar of democracy, Tejasvi hurled the slur "Mutra" to describe journalists.
एक मिनट इसका चुनाव आयोग से कोई डॉक्यूमेंट या कोई प्रेस नोट या कोई ऐसी बात आई है या कि कहाँ से खबर आई? सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं, सूत्र बताते हैं, हम उस सूत्र को मूत्र समझते हैं। वेस्ट जो होता है ना, ये वो है, इसका कोई आधार नहीं ना। ये वही सूत्र है जो पाकिस्तान में कब्जा करवा दिया था, इस्लामाबाद, कराची। सूत्र नहीं, मूत्र लोग हैं।
The former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister stoked a massive row, saying sutra or source is mutra, as he sought to question the moral spine and integrity of journalists.
Make no mistake, this is clearly an attack on press and its dignity. Remember,
we constitute the fourth estate and the fourth pillar of democracy. And for this kind of contempt and this kind of mindset, Tejasvi Yadav has revealed really from where he comes, and the manner in which he was speaking, the body language, the expressions that clearly showed that he has utter contempt for media. He has absolute disrespect for the institution of press. Remember, sources are supposed to remain anonymous, and that's why, and that's how journalism flourishes. That's how we practice our craft, because otherwise everything else becomes PR and publicity. In this case, while Election Commission officially has not come out with a statement yet, because remember, the matter is sub judice.
Not stopping at this, the RJD leader also cast aspersions on the neutrality of the Election Commission, alleging that it was functioning as a cell of a particular political party. The EC officials, meanwhile, claimed that foreign nationals from Nepal, Bangladesh and Myanmar were found during the house-to-house visits for the ongoing role revision exercise ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. Tejasvi, however, dismissed the poll panel's claims. Responding to Tejasvi's crass comment on media professionals, BJP leader Sanjay Jaiswal demanded that the former issue a public apology.
तेजस्वी जी के साथ सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम यही है, 20 मिनट तक वह कागज पढ़ते रहे और तब तक वो ठीक थे, लेकिन पत्रकारों ने सवाल पूछा तो जिस प्रकार का उन्होंने पहले तो सूत्र के बारे में बोला और उसके बाद कह दिया कि प्रेस भी यही है। मीडिया कर्मियों के सामने और किसी के भी मनुष्य के बारे में इस तरह की टिप्पणियां करना केवल तेजस्वी यादव कर सकते हैं। तेजस्वी जी की दिक्कत यही है कि पढ़े लिखे नहीं होने के कारण जो घर पे 2-3 उनके लोग हैं वो जो रटवाते हैं, बताते हैं, वह जाके वह मंच पर बोल देते हैं, कहीं भी बोल देते हैं। उससे बाहर का अगर कोई प्रश्न आएगा आउट ऑफ सिलेबस तो वो ऐसा ही कचरा करेंगे। यह प्रेस का अपमान है।
Tejasvi's distasteful remark has raised a larger question on whether the opposition in Bihar has resorted to shooting the messenger amid the EC's ongoing purge of bogus voters.
Viewers, we are taking a very short break. Coming up ahead, Odisha government has formed a 3-member committee to investigate the Balasore students' attempted self-immolation case. Also coming up ahead, pilots grouping Alpha India is now mulling legal course to be made part of the Air India plane crash probe. Details on those big stories and much more after a short break.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
महाराष्ट्राची माफी मागतो। मी छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांची माफी मागतो। महाराजांची माफी मागतो। बाळासाहेबांची माफी मागतो। उद्धव साहेबांची माफी मागतो माफी माग राज साहेबांची माफी मागतो गलती हो गया पुढे तो भाईचा बोला आवाज आवाज
इथे बोल जोर से बोल रहा हूँ भैया लोग ऐसा मराठी लोग मराठी महाराष्ट्र वाले मराठी लोग बोल रहे हैं।
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
सारे जहां से अच्छा is Subhanshu Shukla's message from the ISS. Today is his return journey. 2 p.m. is the time when the undocking begins. Odisha government forms a 3-member committee to investigate the Balasore student self-immolation case. Pilots grouping ALPA India mulls legal course to be a part of Air India plane crash probe. Body of a 19-year-old student of Delhi University who was missing for the past 6 days has been found in Delhi. The body was retrieved from the Yamuna River near Gita Colony flyover in North Delhi on the Sunday evening. Slamming Russian President Vladimir Putin, United States President Donald Trump said he'd end Ukraine war in 24 hours and his patience with Putin is wearing thin. And we start this edition with some breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with Karnataka, where there has been a major embarrassment for the Congress party. This after the Karnataka Congress Lingaraj Kani, a close aide of Minister Priyank Kharge and MLA Alam Prabhu Patil, has been arrested by the Maharashtra police in a drug trafficking case. Now, Kani, who is a Kalaburgi South Block Congress president, was nabbed in Thane city while allegedly selling narcotics. The police has seized 120 bottles of banned codeine syrup from his possession. A case has been registered under the NDPS Act at the Kalyan police station in Mumbai, and the further investigation in the case is underway. So that's the huge breaking news that we have coming in. A major embarrassment for the Congress party. This is Priyank Kharge, the Karnataka minister's close aide, who has been arrested by the Mumbai police in a drug trafficking case. He was found to have smuggled drugs. We learned that 120 bottles of banned codeine syrup was found from his possession. A case under the NDPS Act has already been registered against this aide of the Karnataka minister Priyank Kharge, and further investigation in the case is underway. Abhishek is joining us live from the Kannada newsroom. On that note, Abhishek, take us through what else has been found in the possession of this very close aide of the Karnataka minister Priyank Kharge.
Tanisha, the accused Lingaraj Kanni is the block president in one of the major regions where Minister Priyank Kharge is representing, and also he is a close aide of Allam Prabhu Patil is also the MLA. So these people, especially I would name Asif, Tausif Asif is accused number 1 in this case, Lingaraj Kanni is accused number 2, and Syed Irfan is accused number 3, and these people have been taken into custody by the Mumbai's Bazarpet police because these people were found selling the substances which is related to narcotics, and the name of the drug should not be mentioned for various reasons. These people were in possession of 120 bottles or packets of the substance and they were trying to sell this in the market of Maharashtra is what the police have informed as of now. So this is surely a major setback to Minister Priyank Kharge as well as the Karnataka state government, because he was the block Congress president which represents Priyank Kharge's assembly. On the other hand, MLA Allama Prabhu Patil also is a very known person to the person Lingaraj Kanni. At this point of time, it is sure that the Congress would defend their person, and they would also make sure the other two people made sure that this person, especially Kanni, was not involved in this, and this is due to the political influence that Lingaraj Kanni has been taken into custody. We are waiting for a response from the government as of now with respect to what they have to talk about their block Congress president. Tanisha.
Right, Abhishek, thank you very much for getting us those details. We quickly move forward to the other stories that we are tracking, and this one is from the state of Odisha. Now, in the latest update on the tragic self-immolation case in Odisha, the state government has formed a 3-member committee to investigate the incident. The student who set herself on fire on the college campus she said that she was allegedly harassed by her teacher, sexually harassed by her teacher. She remains in critical condition with nearly 95% burns. The committee will probe both the allegations of harassment and the delay in action by authorities that may have led to the extreme step. In fact, we are also getting in a reaction from the Chief Minister of Odisha, Manji. Let's listen into what he had to say.
सर एम्स में उनका ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है, परिस्थिति बहुत क्रिटिकल है और एक मेडिकल टीम बनाते हुए सारी ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली का एम्स में जो ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है, इसी आधार पर ही वहाँ भी ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है। आज भी मैंने बोले कि दिल्ली का जो एम्स का जो डॉक्टर सीनियर है उनके साथ एक वर्चुअल मोड में मीटिंग करते हुए और क्या ज़्यादा ट्रीटमेंट किया जा सकता है उसी आधार पर करने के लिए मैंने वहाँ का टीम के साथ बातचीत कर लिया और अभी तक क्रिटिकल स्थिति है। अगले 24 घंटे के लिए वो बहुत क्रिटिकल मोमेंट है। जब कोई इम्प्रूव थोड़ा सा भी करेगा तो हम उसको एयरलिफ्ट भी करा सकते हैं दिल्ली एम्स के लिए।
Yeah, we received the patient yesterday and with a critical condition. Patient is in ICU and getting ICU care, and it is about 95% burn, and patient is in ICU with the ventilator. Patient critical, we are trying our best. We are providing all sort of best care, possible best care to the patient.
Sir, an expert committee has been formed.
Yeah, yes, a committee is constituted to take after various aspects, multidisciplinary critical care, pulmonary, nephrology, and also involving other burn and plastic. So a lot of people, all sort of treatment, special care we are giving for the patient. Yeah, we received the patient yesterday and with a critical condition. Patient is in ICU and getting ICU care, and it is about 95% burn, and patient is in ICU with the ventilator. Patient critical, we are trying our best. We are providing all sort of best care, possible best care to the patient.
Sir, an expert committee has been formed.
Yeah, yes, a committee is constituted to take after various aspects, multidisciplinary critical care, pulmonary, nephrology, and also involving other burn and plastic. So a lot of people, all sort of treatment, special care we are giving for the patient.
All right, we quickly move across to some other breaking news coming in, and this is from the state of Karnataka, where Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has hinted out at a horse trading process that is underway within the Congress party in the state of Karnataka. Remember, this comes amid the changes in and tussle amid the chief ministerial post in the state of Karnataka. It is Union Minister Prahlad Joshi that has gone ahead to say that there is horse trading that's happening within the Congress party. And remember, this comes in the heels of the tussle over the chief ministerial phase that's happening in the state of Karnataka. In fact, today we learn that there are back-to-back key meetings that will be held in Bengaluru as well. And with that, another breaking news that we have coming in is how the Congress is in complete firefighting mode, with Ranjit Surjewala all scheduled to hold key meetings today as far as the chief ministerial tussle is concerned in Karnataka. Surjewala will be in Bengaluru. He will be meeting the Congress MLAs. He will be meeting the other Congress leaders as well, and this is in regard with the power tussle that's there in Karnataka, a complete firefighting mode there that Randeep Surjewala is going through. Back-to-back huddles today in this state of Karnataka, Bengaluru to be specific. Remember, the key front runner is who's in the chief ministerial phase is the Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar. When asked D.K. Shivakumar about will there be a change in chief ministerial post, he said it's upon the Congress High Command. However, when spoken to Siddaramaiah, he seemed quite confident, and he said that he is going to remain the chief minister for the next 5 years. So conviction there in Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's voice when it comes to the power tussle. D.K. Shivakumar, however, looking extremely unhappy there with the decision that the Congress High Command might have taken. Remember, there was a power sharing formula, the 50-50 formula that reports said that must have agreed upon as far as the tussle is concerned. However, Siddaramaiah had completely dismissed the power sharing formula, saying that no such formula has been discussed and that he will remain the chief minister for the next 5 years. Moving on to some other political stories that we are tracking. In a shocking incident, RJD leader and Bihar's leader of opposition Tejasvi Yadav abused journalists during press briefing in Patna, running down the fourth pillar of democracy. Tejasvi hurled the slur "mutra" to describe journalists. Take a look at this detailed report on how Tejasvi Yadav's comment has now created a huge political storm.
Bihar leader of the opposition Tejasvi Yadav talked himself into a controversy after he directed a filthy bar by journalists during a press briefing in Patna. Running down the fourth pillar of democracy, Tejasvi hurled the slur "mutra" to describe journalists.
एक मिनट इसका चुनाव आयोग से कोई डॉक्यूमेंट या कोई प्रेस नोट या कोई ऐसी बात आई है या कि कहाँ से खबर आई? सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं, सूत्र बताते हैं। हम उस सूत्र को मूत्र समझते हैं। वेस्ट जो होता है ना, ये वो है, इसका कोई आधार नहीं ना। ये वही सूत्र है जो पाकिस्तान में कब्जा करवा दिया था, इस्लामाबाद, कराची। सूत्र नहीं, मूत्र लोग हैं।
The former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister stoked a massive row, saying sutra or source is mutra, as he sought to question the moral spine and integrity of journalists.
Make no mistake, this is clearly an attack on press and its dignity. Remember, we constitute the fourth estate and the fourth pillar of democracy, and for this kind of contempt and this kind of mindset, Tejasvi Yadav has revealed really from where he comes, and the manner in which he was speaking, the body language, the expressions that clearly showed that he has utter contempt for media. He has absolute disrespect for the institution of press. Remember, sources are supposed to remain anonymous, And that's why, and that's how journalism flourishes. That's how we practice our craft, because otherwise everything else becomes PR and publicity. In this case, while Election Commission officially has not come out with a statement yet, because remember the matter is sub judice.
Not stopping at this, the RJD leader also cast aspersions on the neutrality of the Election Commission, alleging that it was functioning as a cell of a particular political party. The EC officials meanwhile claimed that foreign nationals from Nepal, Bangladesh and Myanmar were found during the house-to-house visits for the ongoing role revision exercise ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. Tejashwi, however, dismissed the poll panel's claims. Responding to Tejashwi's crass comment on media professionals, BJP leader Sanjay Jaiswal demanded that the former issue a public apology.
तेजस्वी जी के साथ सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम यही है 20 मिनट तक वह कागज पढ़ते रहे और तब तक वो ठीक थे, लेकिन पत्रकारों ने सवाल पूछा तो जिस प्रकार का उन्होंने पहले तो सूत्र के बारे में बोला और उसके बाद कह दिया कि प्रेस भी यही है। मीडिया कर्मियों के सामने और किसी के भी मनुष्य के बारे में इस तरह की टिप्पणियां करना केवल तेजस्वी यादव कर सकते हैं। तेजस्वी जी की दिक्कत यही है कि पढ़े लिखे नहीं होने के कारण जो घर पे 2-3 उनके लोग हैं वो जो रटवाते हैं, बताते हैं, वह जाके वह मंच पर बोल देते हैं, कहीं भी बोल देते हैं। उससे बाहर का अगर कोई प्रश्न आएगा आउट ऑफ सिलेबस तो वो ऐसा ही कचरा करेंगे। यह प्रेस का अपमान है।
Tejashwi's distasteful remark has raised a larger question on whether the opposition in Bihar has resorted to shooting the messenger amid the EC's ongoing purge of bogus voters.
Countless Indians are looking to the skies today. This and sending up silent prayers for a safe and triumphant return as Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla begins his journey back to Earth alongside his AX-4 crewmates. After spending 2 unforgettable weeks aboard the International Space Station, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla returns with a treasure trove of memories from his historic space flight and docking to the ISS to bonding with fellow astronauts over Gachar Ka Halwa and that unforgettable live interaction with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi from space. As we count down to the return of India's newest space hero, here's a special report that you need to look at.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition and lift.
After 2 weeks of intense science experiments at the International Space Station, it is time for farewell and celebration for Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and 3 other astronauts from the Axiom-4 mission, who are all set to begin their return back to the Earth. As the Axiom-4 mission neared its conclusion, astronauts aboard the ISS gathered for a feast featuring a diverse menu representing the 6 nations involved in this mission. Currently, there are 11 astronauts on board the ISS, 7 from Expedition 73 and 4 from Axiom-4 commercial mission. While speaking at the formal farewell ceremony, Shukla hailed the progress of India and reiterated Rakesh Sharma's iconic words from 1984 Space Odyssey.
40 साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
Shukla expressed a profound admiration for India and described Bharat to be ambitious, fearless and full of pride from the space.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank my country and all their citizens for supporting this mission and me with all their hearts And I would like to thank ISRO for making this happen. All the colleagues at ISRO who have worked tirelessly in developing all the protocols, the science and the outreach activities, the researchers back in India, the students who developed the outreach items that I carried. I would also like to thank NASA and its international partners, Axiom Space, SpaceX, for ensuring that we were trained adequately well and providing all the support round the clock, and all the people who were sitting on ground supporting this mission, making it extremely successful.
Speaking about his time in orbit, Shukla described the journey as, quote, incredible and almost magical. He highlighted the mission's scientific achievements, outreach efforts, and the sense of wonder that comes from viewing the Earth from orbit, adding that he'll be carrying a lot of memories and learning from this Axiom 4 mission. As the Axiom 4 mission comes to a close, Shukla's heartfelt farewell from the International Space Station stands as a proud and emotional moment for India, a testament to its fearless scientific ambition and growing global stature in space.
A billion hearts across India and around the world are counting down a few anxious hours as Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla prepares to return home today with his AX-4 crewmates, marking the end of a remarkable 15-day mission in space. Upon his return to the Earth, Group Captain Shukla will undergo a 7-day rehabilitation program, during which his health parameters will be closely monitored. Here's a report on his final leg of the journey.
From countdown to splashdown, India's space hero Subhanshu Shukla is set to return to the Earth. This 18-day journey with 4 astronauts and many experiments is finally coming to an end. As per NASA, the Dragon spacecraft will not just return with 4 astronauts, but will also carry data from over 60 experiments conducted throughout this mission. As the SpaceX Dragon capsule prepares for re-entry into the orbit of Earth, Subhanshu and his crewmates will face intense physical and environmental challenges. Strapped into the seats, they'll experience high G-forces as the capsule plunges through Earth's atmosphere at speeds exceeding 27,000 km per hour. The re-entry process for Axiom 4 is meticulously orchestrated sequence. The Dragon capsule will undock from the ISS's Harmony module and perform a deorbit burn to slow its speed, allowing Earth's gravity to pull it back. As it re-enters the atmosphere, friction will create a plasma sheath. The spacecraft's heat shield will endure temperatures upwards of 2700 degrees, protecting the crew from the fiery descent and even temporarily cutting off communication with ground control. But the journey doesn't end with splashdown. After landing, the astronauts will undergo a crucial 7-day rehabilitation process. Astronauts face muscle atrophy, bone density loss after extended missions in space. Rehabilitation ensures that they regain their strength, balance, and mobility. It's a step-by-step process, and it begins with light physical therapy, aimed at easing the astronauts back into Earth's gravity. They'll focus on regaining muscle tone and flexibility. The future of space exploration has only just begun, and Subhanshu Shukla's story is a beacon of hope for all who dare to dream.
It's time for us to now slip into a short break, but after the break we'll get you the details of how there has been a shocking case that has come to light from Odisha, where a college student has self-immolated herself. She has suffered 95% burns. All that and much more on that story coming up after the break. Also after the break are details of how Palace grouping ALPA India merged legal course to be a part of Air India plane crash probe.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
A storm is brewing at the heart of American law enforcement. FBI Director Kash Patel is reportedly on the verge of resigning, threatening to walk away from his post if his deputy, Dan Bongino, follows through on his own plans to quit. The reason? A fiery clash with Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case, a controversy that's ignited outrage among MAGA supporters and raised questions about transparency in the Trump administration. The Epstein saga has long haunted political and social circles, with its web of allegations involving powerful figures. President Donald Trump, seen here socializing with Epstein in 1992 at Mar-a-Lago.
All right, breaking news now coming in, and this is in regard with External Affairs Minister Jaishankar's visit to China after 5 years, where we learn that he met the Chinese Vice President in Beijing today ahead of the SCO Foreign Ministers meeting. The External Affairs Minister of India, Jaishankar, said that India supports a successful Chinese presidency of the SCO. He noted that the bilateral ties have been steadily improving since the Modi-Xi meeting in Kazan last year. Jaishankar also said that the resumption of the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra was widely welcomed in India and stressed that the normalization of ties can lead to mutually beneficial outcomes with the world in complex situation. He underlined the importance of an open exchange between the two Asian neighbors. So a thought that we see coming as far as the India-China relations are concerned, there could be the normalization of the ties as far as India-China meeting in the SCO summit is concerned. Jaishankar there saying that he compliments the successful Chinese presidents of the SCO. It's time for us to now slip into a short break, but after the break are the details of how Delhi University student has been found dead in the Yamuna River. The probe is underway in the case.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime, रहो बेफिक्र।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
महाराष्ट्राची माफी मागतो, मी छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांची माफी मागतो, महाराजांची माफी मागतो, बाळासाहेबांची माफी मागतो, उद्धव साहेबांची माफी मागतो, राज साहेबांची माफी मागतो। गलती हो गया, अपने तो भाई साहब
आवाज आवाज मगर वीडियो मध्ये कसा आवाज, वीडियो मध्ये कसा आवाज,
इथे बोल, थोड़ा जोर से बोल रहा हूँ भैया लोग ऐसा।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime, रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
A storm is brewing at the heart of American law enforcement. FBI Director Kash Patel is reportedly on the verge of resigning, threatening to walk away from his post if his deputy, Dan Bongino, follows through on his own plans to quit. The reason? A fiery clash with Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case, a controversy that's ignited outrage among MAGA supporters and raised questions about transparency in the Trump administration. The Epstein saga has long haunted political and social circles, with its web of allegations involving powerful figures. President Donald Trump, seen here socializing with Epstein in 1992 at Mar-a-Lago, has faced scrutiny over their past friendship. Trump has since distanced himself, claiming in a recent cabinet meeting that he hadn't been close to Epstein for nearly 2 decades before his death.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. The countdown to Shubhanshu Shukla's return from the International Space Station has begun as the undocking of the Axiom 4 mission with the ISS will take place today. That is the big story that we are tracking through the day today. Let's take a look at the other big stories as well in the headlines.
आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है. आज का भारत निडर दिखता है. आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है. आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है. और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है.
India is still सारे जहां से अच्छा, says Shubhanshu Shukla in his final message from the space. Odisha government has formed a 3-member committee to investigate the Balasore students' attempted self-immolation case. Pilots grouping Alpa India mulls legal course to be part of the Air India plane crash probe. Body of the 19-year-old student of Delhi University who was missing for the past 6 days has been found. Body retrieved from Yamuna River near Geeta Colony flyover on Sunday evening. Amid fierce power tussle in Karnataka, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi alleges horse trading within Karnataka Congress. And slamming Russian President Putin, US President Donald Trump says he would end the Ukraine war in 24 hours. And his patience with Putin is wearing thin. The top story, well, it has been more than 15 days since Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, the first Indian astronaut to visit the International Space Station, left for Earth for a historic space mission. Now, the countdown to his return has begun. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla with his crew members will fly back to the Earth tomorrow. The Dragon spacecraft will undock from the ISS today and will splash down in the Pacific Ocean off the California coast tomorrow. Meanwhile, speaking to his countrymen in Hindi during his farewell speech, Shubhanshu Shukla said that while his journey in the space is coming to an end, the journey of India's human space mission is still very long and difficult ahead. Let's take a listen.
अब कुछ शब्द मेरे देशवासियों के लिए हिंदी में. कमाल की यात्रा रही है ये मेरी, लेकिन अब जैसे मेरी ये यात्रा ख़त्म होने वाली है, आपकी और मेरी यात्रा अभी बहुत लंबी है. हमारी ह्यूमन स्पेस मिशन की जो यात्रा है वो बहुत लंबी है और बहुत कठिन भी है. लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूँ कि अगर हम निश्चय कर लें तो तारा अभी प्राप्यन्ते, इवन स्टार्स आर अटेनेबल। 41 साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है। और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहाँ से अच्छा दिखता है।
So the countdown of the return journey of Group Captain Shukla and his crew members has begun, and the entire countrymen, including of course Shukla's parents, are really elated. Let's listen in to Group Captain Shukla's parents.
इससे ज़्यादा प्रसन्नता की बात हो क्या सकती है कि हमारा बेटा एक मिशन से वापस लौट रहा है, ऊपर से सफलतापूर्वक मिशन उसका कंप्लीट हो। बस यही दुआ कामना करते हैं कि किसी तरह से जल्दी से जल्दी वो आए और आकर हम लोगों से मिले, मुलाकात करें। प्रार्थना यही कर रहे हैं कि अब ऊपर से जैसे सकुशल पहुंच गए थे उसी तरह सकुशल धरती पर वापस आए। यही भगवान से, ईश्वर से मनाते हैं कि भगवान उनकी रक्षा करें, अच्छे से उनको वापस धरती पर आते समय कोई दिक्कत ना हो, किसी प्रकार की दिक्कत परेशानी न पैदा हो और जल्दी जल्दी आए नीचे, वापस आकर मिले हम लोगों से। हम तो बहुत उत्सुक हैं देखने के लिए उसका कि कैसा स्वास्थ्य रहा, कैसे रहे इतने दिन ऊपर, ये सब देखने के लिए बहुत उत्सुक है। अब डर तो थोड़ा बहुत मन में रहता ही, मगर ठीक है, बच्चे ने ये कदम उठाया है तो माँ भी उसी में शामिल। बच्चे के हर काम में माँ अपने आप शामिल हो जाती, जो जिसमें बच्चे की खुशी उसी में माँ भी खुश रहती है। तो इसलिए हमको कोई दिक्कत, कोई डर नहीं महसूस होता है।
जिसके लिए हम लोग गिनते दिन से इंतजार कर रहे थे, अब वो मतलब जो है वापसी हो रही। हम लोगों को बहुत ही खुशी है और बहुत प्रसन्न है हम लोग कि जल्दी से जल्दी वो वापस आ गए। ये हम ईश्वर से सबका मतलब प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनको जो सकुशल जो है पृथ्वी पर आसानी से उनका जो है ड्रैगन मतलब वापस हो, और ये हमारे लिए बड़ी खुशी का दिन हो।
क्या प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं? अब इतने जो दिन स्पेस स्टेशन में हो रहे हैं अभी भी हैं, तो यहाँ से क्या प्रार्थना करते थे?
हम तो ईश्वर से यही प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनका सकुशल मिशन पूरा हो और वो सकुशल वापसी उनकी हो। यही ईश्वर से हमेशा मतलब हर समय जो है उनसे प्रार्थना करते रहते हैं, और हमारी तो ये और अपनी दुआएं भी उसको देते रहते हैं कि मतलब जो है कि तुम सकुशल वापस होगे, सब अच्छी तरह होगा।
आपकी बात उनसे हुई तो उन्होंने क्या बताया?
उस समय वो बिल्कुल ठीक थे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी। जब बात हुई थी तो बहुत प्रसन्नचित्त थे और सब बता रहे थे कि हमारा काम समय से हो रहा, जितने भी हमें वर्क दिए गए थे वो हमारे लगभग पूरे हो रहे हैं और हमारा काम समय से हो जाएगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी किसी प्रकार की। हम यहाँ बिल्कुल ठीक हैं, बहुत अच्छी तरह हैं और सभी कुछ उसमें, जैसे कि वहाँ लैब कैसी है, सोते कहाँ हैं, सूरज कैसे उगता है, ये सब कुछ उन्होंने जो है हमें दिखाया और बड़ा अच्छा लगा उनको वहाँ प्रसन्नचित्त हो देखकर। ये हमारे लिए बड़ी अच्छी सूचना थी कि मतलब जो है हम उनको देखकर बड़ा खुश हुए कि वहाँ ठीक ठाक है, सब कुछ है, अच्छी तरह है।
And viewers, we have big news coming in from the national capital, where the body of the 19-year-old student of Delhi University who was missing for the past 6 days has been found by the Delhi police. Her body was retrieved from the Yamuna River near the Geeta Colony flyover in North Delhi on Sunday evening. And she was missing for the last 6 days. Her family is now alleging police inaction in the case. Remember, this young student from Delhi University was missing for the last 6 days, and yesterday evening her body was retrieved by the Delhi police from the Yamuna River. All right, so the really we were updating you about the 19-year-old student of Delhi University. She hails from Tripura. And she was missing for the last 6 days, and her body has been now found in Yamuna River. Shambhavi, our colleague, is now joining us for more details. Shambhavi, what are the details emerging in the case? Sneha's body has been found. What are the updates? We understand that her body has been sent for the post-mortem. What is the police saying at the moment?
Well, yes, the body has been sent for postmortem, and as per the latest update, a suicide note has been found in her old room, where it was very clearly mentioned by her that I don't want to continue living like this. I feel like a burden, I feel like a failure, and this is getting very unbearable. And in that note, reportedly, she said that she is planning to end her life by jumping off the signature bridge. And as per the police, with the help of some technical team, they have contacted the driver that dropped Sneha off to the signature bridge, and her last known location was also at the same bridge. Plus, there are also some witnesses who have reportedly seen a girl standing on the bridge and then later disappearing from the spot. So these three accounts are corroborating with the reports that this might be a suicide case.
All right. Thank you so much, Sambhavi, for all those details there. And viewers, now let's take a look at some more news from across the nation in Bharat in One.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Uttar Pradesh administration has deployed HD drones for surveillance along the Kanwar Yatra routes. The live feed from the drone cameras is being transmitted to the Integrated Command Control Center through Jatayu van and is also accessible on the mobile phones of the officials. The Ministry of Railways has announced that following the successful trial installation of CCTV cameras in passenger coaches, it will now install CCTV cameras in all coaches. In its statement, the ministry stated that the move will significantly enhance passenger safety. Severe waterlogging has been reported in several parts of Dholpur, Rajasthan following heavy rainfall. Other regions of the state have also experienced rain, prompting alerts from the India Meteorological Department. An orange alert has also been issued for heavy rainfall in Hadoti region, including Kota, Baran and Jhalawar. A yellow alert has been issued in 25 districts, including Jaipur, Sikar, Bharatpur, Ajmer, Pali and Udaipur. Viewers, we have breaking news coming in at this moment. A bomb call has been received at a Navy school in Chanakyapuri in the national capital and a CRPF school in Dwarka in the national capital. Now, this bomb threat was received through mail. Delhi police is currently engaged in investigation. There is also a bomb disposal squad at the spot. Remember, earlier also bomb threats have been given through mail. However, so far, no suspicious material has been found. And this threat coming in for two schools in the national capital, one in Chanakyapuri, the other in Dwarka. And at the moment, the bomb disposal squad is at both the spots. And remember, these bomb calls coming in through mail. And Delhi police is currently engaged in investigation. Remember, this is a very, very important area, Chanakyapuri, because this is the diplomatic area. And let's get all the updates. Jatin, our colleague, is now joining us live from the national capital. Jatin, two schools in the national capital have received bomb threats. We understand there is a bomb disposal squad at both these places. What are the updates that you are getting in?
कुछ भी ऐसा सस्पिशियस इन दोनों स्कूलों में नहीं मिला है, क्योंकि चाणक्यपुरी का नेवी स्कूल, इसके अंदर बॉम्ब की जो मेल है वो साफ तौर पर मिली, और द्वारका का सीआरपीएफ, अभी इन दो स्कूलों के बारे में जो जानकारी है वो हमें मिली है। दोनों ही जगहों पर पुलिस और बॉम्ब स्क्वाड मौके पर पहुंचा हुआ है। जो जानकारी, जो चेकिंग है वो वहां पर संभवतः की जा रही है, लेकिन अभी तक दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि मेल के जरिए जो थ्रेट मिला था वो सुबह के समय मिला था, जिसके बाद जब स्कूल ओपन हुए, अथॉरिटीज ने उस मेल के बारे में देखा तो तुरंत जो पुलिस है और तमाम जो सिविक अथॉरिटीज है उनको इस बारे में जानकारी जो है वो दी गई है। सर्च ऑपरेशन दोनों ही जगहों पर चलाया जा रहा है। सीआरपीएफ स्कूल रोहिणी, आपको याद होगा, इससे पहले भी वहां पर इस तरीके से मेल किया गया था, लेकिन इस बार सीआरपीएफ स्कूल द्वारका का बताया जा रहा है, जहां पर बॉम्ब थ्रेट होने की जो जानकारी है वो साफ तौर पर मिली गई है। पुलिस का साफ तौर पर कहना है कि अभी पूरे स्कूल को सैनिटाइज किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि मामला स्कूल से जुड़ा हुआ है, तो कोई भी लापरवाही इसको ना हो, इसलिए तमाम जो एसओपी है उनका पालन किया जा रहा है। दिल्ली पुलिस मौके पर है, एम्बुलेंस मौके पर है, फायर ब्रिगेड की मौके पर है और बॉम्ब स्क्वाड भी मौके पर पहुंची हुई है। तो संभवतः सभी पहलुओं पर चेक किया जा रहा है। हालांकि मेल किसने की उसको लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि सबसे पहली प्रेफरेंस अब इसी बात को लेकर है कि दोनों ही स्कूलों को सैनिटाइज किया जाए। मल्टीपल चेक वहां पर किए जा रहे हैं क्योंकि छोटे बच्चे जो स्कूल सुबह पहुंचे थे उनको वापस भेजने का जो प्रोसीजर है वो स्कूल अथॉरिटीज द्वारा किया गया। किसी तरीके की पैनिक ना फैले उसको लेकर ध्यान रखा जा रहा है। लेकिन अभी स्कूल को क्रॉस चेक और पूरे तरीके से सैनिटाइज किया गया है ताकि तमाम जो अथॉरिटीज हैं इस मामले को लेकर वेरीफाई फैक्ट्स कर सके। उसके बाद इन्वेस्टिगेशन संभवतः इस पूरे मामले में की जाएगी कि आखिरकार ये मेल किसके द्वारा भेजा गया। लेकिन फिर से अपने व्यूअर्स को बता देते हैं कि पैनिक की जरूरत नहीं है, कुछ भी सस्पिशियस अभी तक मिला नहीं है। लेकिन स्कूल से जुड़ा हुआ मामला है तो हर पैरामीटर्स पर जो तमाम सिक्योरिटी चेक्स है वो वहां पर किए जा रहे हैं। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
All right, thank you so much for those updates there, Jatin. We'll keep coming back to you for that story. And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Karnataka. And that is Senior Congress leader Randeep Surjewala is going to now hold one-on-one meetings with the ministers and Karnataka Congress MLA today in Bengaluru. Remember, these developments coming in even as the power tussle continues as D.K. Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister, and Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. There are rumors of exchange of power, the change of powers, change of command. But amid these developments, Senior Congress leader Randeep Surjewala is going to hold meetings with the Congress MLAs in Bengaluru today. However, both the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister have been insisting that there is going to be no change and both of them are on the same page as far as this issue is concerned. However, there are talks of dissent within the Congress party. Let's get all the updates. Abhishek, our colleague, is now joining us for more details. Abhishek, a very good morning. We heard earlier Prahlad Joshi had alleged there was this horse trading going on, use of money power, and now Surjewala is going to hold meetings with the Congress MLAs in Bengaluru today. A lot of talks of dissent within the party. What is happening?
Well, this is the third time that Randeep Singh Surjewala is coming back to Bengaluru to have a conversation with the MLAs and the ministers within the Congress party. As far as we have been informed, the entire Congress community isn't happy with their leaders or the ministers, and we have seen clear outrage on the ministers from some of the senior MLAs where they complain the ministers aren't giving a heed to the demands or the requests of senior most MLAs in the Congress party. On the other hand, we have also seen there is a tussle happening between DCM D.K. Shivakumar and CM Siddaramaiah because as per the AICC's directions or information which came in around 2.5 years ago, it was decided or pre-decided that DCM D.K. Shivakumar might be elevated to the post of Chief Minister in the month of November or December. That is exactly half after the 2.5 years of the term of Chief Minister. And now we've clearly seen that DCM D.K. Shivakumar had mentioned that he has no other choice other than supporting CM Siddaramaiah because this is what has been decided. CM Siddaramaiah has also claimed that he will be the full-time Chief Minister of Karnataka. On the other hand, we've also seen MLAs from the party claiming that DCM D.K. Shivakumar should be elevated, then they are not happy about the government itself. When these people have come out in the front of people and in front of media complaining that there are severe indifferences within the party, Randeep Singh Surjewala came into the state to the Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee office to collect the opinion of at least 80 MLAs in the last 2 weeks, and today he has summoned at least 10 ministers from the government to collect their opinions as well, and their names have been kept a secret as of now because he doesn't want the media to know what is happening within the Congress party. It is very sure that Randeep Singh Surjewala, when he is coming back to Bengaluru, it means that the party in the state of Karnataka is not up to the mark, and the High Command sees this as a threat to the next couple of elections, and this is why the Randeep Singh Surjewala's team is continuously coming to Bangalore to make sure the Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee comes back into the line.
Absolutely. Stay with us, Abhishek, because we are getting more breaking news coming in with the Congress MLA claiming that the BJP was planning to topple the government in Karnataka. He prepared a list of target of 55 legislators through central agency. Now, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has hit back and he has alleged that horse trading was on in the ruling party itself, that is the Congress party itself. amid Chief Minister change speculation. So both parties slamming each other and blaming each other for the power tussle within the Congress party. Let's go back to Abhishek. Abhishek, now, you know, of course, we do know that there is a huge dissent within the Congress party happening for a very, very long time now. And that has led to these rumors about the Chief Minister's position. But the Congress MLA now saying that it is the BJP that is doing the dirty work. And Prahlad Joshi again hitting back and saying that there is a horse trading happening within the Congress party itself. So definitely the power tussle is spilling through, and it has become a big issue here in Karnataka.
Well, Aishwarya, we've clearly seen that the Congress MLA Vijayanand Kashyap had mentioned that the BJP is trying to horse trade at least 55 MLAs from the Congress to make sure that this government is toppled and BJP to come into power. On the other hand, Prahlad Joshi, who's also the union minister, has mentioned openly stating that the horse trading is happening within the Congress party itself, because the ruling is between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar. The horse trading is happening between these two teams to show the high command that either DCM DK Shivkumar is much more powerful than Siddaramaiah on one hand. On the other hand, CM Siddaramaiah's followers are trying to horse trade the members who are supporting DCM DK Shivkumar. So the internal horse trading is indirectly directed towards the BJP is what Prahlad Joshi has mentioned clearly as of now. So it is a backlash on the Congress government once again. Because the horse trading is not up to our mark is what Prahlad Joshi has mentioned. So we will have to see how Congress and the BJP leaders react on this horse trade issue as of now. On the other hand, we have clearly seen from the history of various other elections.
All right, stay with us, Abhishek. We are right now joined in by Mr. Dheeraj Maniraju, who is a BJP MLA from Karnataka. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, how would you react to these charges coming in from the Congress party that it is the BJP that is trying to topple the Karnataka government? But what we can see is that there is a power tussle really happening within the Congress party itself, and the dissent within the party is growing. Surjewala is going to meet the MLAs today. How do you look at the entire development in the state, the political developments within the Congress party itself?
Madam, if you first of all see, the people of Karnataka have given a clear mandate of 140 seats to Congress. Congress has never got such a single large majority. Even after getting 140 seats, they are not able to provide stable governance. Why would BJP go to topple a government which is falling by itself? There is clear infighting between them. They are not able to make chairmen for any boards or corporations. They are not able to establish a clear-cut government. They are not able to pay the money for the transporters of the free Annabhagya rights. So I have no clue why BJP would even look at such a perspective. They are, I think, giving hints of what they want to do, and they want to take it up. I think it's a clear infighting and a fallout between the leaders of the Congress party in Karnataka. BJP has nothing to do with this. BJP will never do such a thing in Karnataka at least.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective on the entire fiasco really that is happening within the Congress party in Karnataka. All right, let's move on in the bulletin now. Viewers, we have breaking news coming in, and this is regarding the Air India crash in Ahmedabad. And the pilot body there is mulling for legal recourse to be part of the investigation into the Air India Boeing 787 plane crash probe. This is a day after alleging that the AAIB's preliminary report suggests a bias towards the pilot error. The Airline Pilots Association of India represents over 800 pilots of the airlines and helicopter companies in the country, and it is also a member of the International Federation of Airline Pilots Association, which claims to have 1 lakh pilots from across 100 countries as its members. And against the backdrop of the AAIB's preliminary report, the representatives of ALPA India are now going to meet the officials of the DGCA, that is the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, and they are going to discuss various issues today. This meeting is going to happen today. All right, so pilot's body is mulling legal recourse. Remember, the pilot's bodies have been saying that the AAIB's preliminary report into the Air India crash shows a bias really towards the pilot error. Remember, in that report, the report had mentioned about the conversation in the cockpit between the two pilots, in which one of them had asked, why did you switch off the switch? And the other one had said, I did not. And after that, the pilot's body is alleging that the AAIB's preliminary report suggests a bias towards the pilot error. And this body is now mulling legal recourse. It wants to be part of the investigation into the Air India Boeing 787 plane crash probe, so that their side of the story also is included as the investigation is going to continue. Remember, this is only a preliminary report into the crash findings. And this pilot association represents over 800 pilots of the airlines and the helicopter companies in our country, and is also a member of the International Federation of Airline Pilots Association. All right, we are right now joined in by Group Captain GP Bajpai, aviation expert, and also IF retired officer. Thank you, Group Captain, for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, now as far as the pilot's body is concerned, there is going to be a meeting that will be happening today with the DGCA. What do you expect to come out of the meeting, and what are the points that the pilot body is going to put forth for the DGCA?
Ma'am, good morning to you and to all your millions of viewers. I have a very high regards for the pilot body, because in the past they had done a great job. But on this particular issue, in case if we restrict ourselves within the domain of preliminary report given by investigating committee, in my opinion, there are enough indications there is a manual movement of switch from run position to cutoff position in air immediately after takeoff of the AI-171 with a gap of 1 second. Because there are 3 to 4 clear-cut indications in the preliminary report. Number one pilot had asked to the other pilot, asking that, did you switch it off? Why did you switch it off? It has a meaning. Instead of, he could have asked, did it switch off? Or any other sentence. He said, why did you switch it off? There is a probability the other pilot had seen the manual action of the pilot to whom he is addressing. Right. Number two point, in the same report, last but 2 lines speaks that they don't have at this moment of investigation, no recommendation for the Boeing or GE company. That indicates they have not found anything with respect to technical problem on the aircraft.
All right.
Number 3 point, this is the first investigation wherein they have roped in the psychologist. In the original committee, they have included Home Secretary.
Right.
They have included DGP Police.
Yes.
So what all these indications? They are pointing out there is a human intervention. That's why I have got my own reservation that this meeting will result in any positive or fruitful outcome.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective on this story. Thank you so much. And viewers, we are taking a very short break. Coming up ahead, Odisha government has formed a 3-member committee to investigate the Balasore students' attempted self-immolation case. Also, more details on pilots grouping Alpa India mulling a legal cause to be part of Air India plane crash probe. Details on those big stories coming up ahead.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
महाराष्ट्राची माफी मागतो, मी छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांची माफी मागतो, महाराजांची माफी मागतो, बाळासाहेबांची माफी मागतो, उद्धव साहेबांची माफी मागतो, राज साहेबांची माफी मागतो, पुढे तर भाईचा बोला
आवाज आवाज मग व्हिडिओ मध्ये व्हिडिओ मध्ये
इथे बोल, थोड़ा जोर से बोल रहा हूँ भैया लोग ऐसा मार।
आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
जहां से अच्छा, says Shubhanshu Shukla in his final message from space. Odisha government forms a 3-member committee to investigate the Balasore students' attempted self-immolation case. Pilots grouping Alpa India mulls legal cause to be part of the Air India plane crash probe. Body of 19-year-old student of Delhi University who was missing for the past 6 days found in Delhi retrieved from Yamuna River near Geeta Colony flyover on Sunday evening. Amid fierce power tussle in Karnataka, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi alleges horse trading within the Karnataka Congress. And slamming Russian President Vladimir Putin, US President Donald Trump says he'd end the Ukraine war in 24 hours and that his patience with Putin is wearing thin. And viewers, we have breaking news coming in amid the growing concerns over rising instances of radicalization in prisons. The Ministry of Home Affairs has issued a comprehensive set of guidelines to all the states and union territories aimed at identifying, monitoring and rehabilitating radicalized individuals within the correctional facilities. The Home Ministry also requested the states and union territories to incorporate the guidance in their prison management practices for addressing the issue of radicalization in prisons in a structured, effective and proactive manner. So, there are growing concerns about rising instances of radicalization in prisons, and now the government of India has acted. The ministry has issued comprehensive guidelines to all the states and the union territories, and these guidelines are aimed at looking at identifying and monitoring and rehabilitating these radicalized individuals within the prisons in our country. So this is these are the guidelines that have been sent by the Ministry of Home Affairs.
All right, from radicalization in jails to what's happening in the state of Odisha. Now, in the latest update on the tragic self-immolation case in Odisha, the state government has formed a 3-member committee to investigate the incident. The student who set herself on fire on the college premises had alleged sexual harassment by her teacher. She remains in critical condition with 95% burns. The committee, in fact, will probe both allegations of harassment and the delay in action by authorities that may have led to the extreme step. We are getting in reaction from the Chief Minister of Odisha. Let's listen in.
भुवनेश्वर एम्स में उनका ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है। परिस्थिति बहुत क्रिटिकल है और एक मेडिकल टीम बनाते हुए सारी ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली का एम्स में जो ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है, इसी आधार पर ही वहाँ भी ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है। आज भी मैंने बोले कि दिल्ली का जो एम्स का जो डॉक्टर सीनियर है उनके साथ एक वर्चुअल मोड में मीटिंग करते हुए और क्या ज़्यादा ट्रीटमेंट किया जा सकता है उसी आधार पर करने के लिए मैंने वहाँ का टीम के साथ बातचीत कर लिया। और अभी तक क्रिटिकल स्थिति है, अगले 24 घंटे के लिए वो बहुत क्रिटिकल मोमेंट है। जब कोई इम्प्रूव थोड़ा सा भी करेगा तो हम उसको एयरलिफ्ट भी करा सकते हैं दिल्ली एम्स के लिए।
निश्चित रूप से वो एक बहुत दुखद घटना है ये। ऐसा तो होना बिल्कुल भी नहीं चाहिए था। तो जो भी सिचुएशन है तो पहले तो मैं कहूँगी कि एक नारी के हिसाब से कुछ उनको कुछ ऐसा आघात हुआ होगा, इसलिए उन्होंने ऐसा डिसीजन लिया, पर ऐसा होना नहीं चाहिए था। तो कुछ भी हो सिचुएशन पर हमें स्ट्रांग होना है और डटकर लड़ना चाहिए।
I just want to question to the state government that it is high time you get up from your sleep. You have been completely deflecting the criticism, deflecting the allegations that is being levied on the state government time and again. This girl, this innocent girl has been raising the complaint time and again. On 1st July, she has given a written complaint to the committee as well. Fakir Mohan University is one of the most renowned university, having more than 500 students studying in the college. In this college, a student is lodging a complaint to the internal committee. She has also informed the same to the SP Balisar as well. She has also intimated to the MP Balisar. Despite having exhausted all her remedial measures, despite having exhausted all the measures and approaching everybody, she has also tagged the Honorable Chief Minister, lot of handles on the Twitter, expecting a reply because these handles have always been active. Despite trying and giving her best effort, her family members were also invited to be for a discussion in the committee, but there was not a ray of hope, and the state government has failed her. The authorities have failed to give her the protection.
And moving on to the other stories that we're tracking, and this one from the state of Karnataka, where there has been a major embarrassment for the Congress party in Karnataka. Lingaraj Kanni, a close aide of Minister Priyank Kharge and MLA Alma Prabhu Patil, has been arrested by the Maharashtra police in a drug trafficking case. Kanni, who is the Kalaburagi South Block Congress president, was nabbed in Thane city while allegedly selling narcotics. Police seized 120 bottles of a banned substance from his possession. A case has also been registered under the NDPS Act at the Kalyan police station in Mumbai, and the further investigation in the case is underway. We'll try and get some Congress and BJP reactions on that, but this is the man. He is a very close aide of Minister of Karnataka, Priyank Kharge, where Priyank Kharge's close aide, the man that you see on your screens, has been found allegedly smuggling drugs. He had been arrested by the Mumbai police and has an FIR, a complaint in fact has been launched at the Kalyan police station in Mumbai. Further investigation in the case is underway. Not just Priyank Kharge, this man was also in touch with Mallikarjun Kharge. He was in touch, he used to work in the same party. And because the close aide of Karnataka minister has been arrested, it's also the duty of the Congress party to come out clean, give out a statement on who is this man who has been caught with the drugs, what are his links, was there any funding that was there with him, and for how long has he been doing this, because somewhere or the other he is associated to the Congress party. Alright, we're trying to get in more details of how this close aide of the Karnataka minister came in touch with the Mumbai police as far as the drug trafficking case is concerned. BJP is reacting very sharply to that incident. Let's listen in.
जो बिहार में एसआईआर एक्टिविटी चल रही है उसमें जो इलेक्शन कमीशन के बीएलओ है, जो ऑफिशियल्स है.
All right, we seem to have some problem in getting the BJP reaction played up, but that's the latest breaking news that's coming in as far as the drug trafficking case is concerned. The Mumbai police, remember, has arrested the very close aide of Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge. All right, BJP spokesperson, BJP Karnataka spokesperson S. Prakash is joining us on the phone line on that note. S. Prakash, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. What do you have to say on this? A very close aide of the Karnataka minister has been caught by the Mumbai police in case of drug trafficking.
It's very shocking. A close aide of a cabinet minister is a drug peddler. And I'm shocked what other anti-national, anti-social activities he might be committing using his connection. The Congress party in Karnataka, several of its activists are involved in many of such dubious associates. Even in Ranya Rao case, top-ranking Congress leaders' names were figured. Now the Priyanka Kharge, who is the son of AICC President Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, his aide is now arrested in drug trafficking. He needs to explain to the people of Karnataka why he holds such criminals as his close aides. He should explain and clarify his stand. An inquiry into the entire episode must be transparent, and it should cover his association with the drug peddler also.
Absolutely, S. Prakash. Thank you very much for sharing your insights on that. In fact, we also have Shehzad Poonawala, BJP spokesperson, reaction on the case. Let's listen in.
मीडिया रिपोर्ट के अनुसार जो बिहार में एसआईआर एक्टिविटी चल रही.
All right, we'll try and sort the issue out as far as Shehzad Poonawala's bite is concerned. But for now, it's time for us to have a check of the other stories that we're tracking on this edition.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The 12th batch of devotees have departed from Nuwan base camp in Pahalgam for their pilgrimage to the holy cave of Sri Amarnath Ji. Security has been heightened in the area and the BSF medical team is providing round-the-clock medical assistance to the pilgrims. Security has been tightened in Nuh of Haryana ahead of the Braj Mandal Jal Abhishek Yatra. The police were seen inspecting the hilly areas as a part of the security measures. Kerala's Palakkad district has reported a second Nipah case. Now, the first case was reported when a 58-year-old man from Karmapurat near Mannakad tested positive for the virus. We now know that he later passed away at a private hospital in the state. Following the development, an alert has been issued to the hospitals in Palakkad, Malappuram, Kozhikode, Kannur, Wayanad and Thrissur districts of Kerala. Ladies and gentlemen, Utsav Shekhar, the driver of a luxury car who was held for running over 5 people sleeping on the footpath in Delhi's Vasant Vihar area. He was granted bail just 48 hours after he was arrested. The shocking hit-and-run incident took place in the early hours of July 9. In fact, we have Soumya, who is reporting live from outside the residence of the driver of the Audi. Remember, the shocking case here is that even after he was arrested following the incident, he has already been granted bail. Granted bail just 48 hours after he crushed 5 innocent people under his luxury vehicle. The CCTV video of the accident that had gone viral showed how there were migrant laborers who were crushed under the wheels of an intoxicated driver who was driving harsh, and this area is the Vasant Vihar area of the national capital. Soumya is joining me live from outside the residence of the Audi driver. Soumya, where about Utsav at this point in time? We believe that he has been granted bail just 48 hours after he was arrested.
Yes, well, Tanisha, it happened just yesterday, 48 hours, as you correctly mentioned, that he was granted bail. The police confirmed that the accused, Utsav Shekhar, who happens to be a property dealer, was granted bail in that particular case that happened on 9th of July when he was under alcohol consumption. He ran over not 5 but 6 migrant workers who were lying right outside a petrol pump who was opposite the Shiva camp in South Delhi's Vasant Vihar. At the moment, we are outside Utsav Shekhar's house here in Dwarka. As you can see, the house is locked. People, the neighbors here have no whereabouts as to not just Utsav, where the whole family has disappeared. People around here in this area, they have no information as to where the family has absconded right after Utsav Shekhar was granted bail. However, a team tried to get a word yesterday from the family members and Utsav as well. However, the mother was present yesterday and did not spoke to us yesterday, and now today when we are here, the house is locked. You can see here, as you can see here, the house is locked. The family is absconding altogether. The neighbors at the moment, as per their information, they have no idea of the whereabouts of the family. So these are the developments at the moment.
Right, absolutely, Soumya. Thank you very much for sharing those updates. We will keep coming back to you as and when there are updates on the story, when we know where actually has the Audi driver left to. For now, it's time for us to move on to the other stories. Now, tension simmers in Haryana's Nuh district as authorities have stepped up security ahead of the Braj Mandal Jal Abhishek Yatra. With fears of a repeat of last year's communal violence, the government has ordered schools shut and suspended internet services till July 17th. Now, we learn that the paramilitary forces have also been deployed and Section 144 is in place, banning large gatherings. Organizers insist the yatra will go ahead, while the administration says no permission has been granted.
पे आए हैं जल चढ़ाने के लिए। आज सावन का सोमवार है।
हम सबको इतनी खुशी हो रही, लड़ाई हुई थी उसके बाद ना आने में इतना अच्छा लग रहा है। सब सुरक्षित हैं हम, आप पुलिस वाले हैं, आप हो मीडिया, सबको देख के हम सुरक्षित महसूस कर रहे हैं। हम बिल्कुल ठीक है, बहुत आनंद आ रहा है यहाँ पे आके।
किस तरीके से भगवान शिव को प्रसन्न करते हैं सावन के दौरान? कैसे जल चढ़ाएंगे, क्या क्या करते हैं?
आरती जल चढ़ाते हैं, आरती करते हैं, मन लगता है खूब, बहुत भाव है। भोले बाबा के मंदिर में आते हैं, इस मारे
सबकी मनोकामना पूर्ण करते हैं। बहुत पुराने हैं हमारे यहाँ पे भोले बाबा, इन सबको देख के हम बहुत खुश होते हैं। हर बार यहाँ पे आते रहते हैं।
अब डर तो लगा आने में?
नहीं, बिल्कुल, हम पहले भी डरते थे।
पहले भी नहीं डरे थे हम, तो पहले भी आए थे ऐसे ही।
आज सावन का सोमवार है और सभी शिव भक्त जो है मंदिरों में जाके भगवान शिवलिंग पे जल अभिषेक कर रहे हैं और मंदिरों में भगवान शिव के जयकारे गूंज रहे हैं। इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं नूह के नल्हड़ महादेव मंदिर के बाहर। पहले तो मैं आपको तस्वीरों के माध्यम से दिखाना चाहूँगा कि मंदिर के बाहर की जो सुरक्षा व्यवस्था है वो यहाँ पे काफ़ी ज़्यादा पुख्ता की गई है। आपको पुलिस के जो जवान हैं यहाँ पर तैनात नज़र आ रहे हैं। वजह यही है कि आज से 2 साल पहले सावन के दौरान ही कुछ असामाजिक तत्व ने माहौल को ख़राब करने की कोशिश की थी, जिसमें आगजनी हुई थी और कई नुकसान जो था वो देखने को मिला था। लेकिन ऐसी तस्वीर दोबारा से सामने ना आए, तो इन्हीं तमाम बातों का ध्यान में रखते हुए पूरे नूह के अंदर कुछ ऐसे पॉइंट्स बनाए गए हैं जहां पे हरियाणा पुलिस को तैनात किया गया है और जो गाड़ियां अंदर आ रही हैं उन गाड़ियों की एंट्री के बाद ही उनको अंदर दाखिल किया जा रहा है। ये मेरा बाहर एग्जिट पॉइंट आप देख सकते हैं। यहाँ से सभी लोग जो पैदल आ रहे हैं, वजह यही है कि यहाँ तक किसी को भी अपने वाहन लाने की जो है अनुमति वो नहीं है, इसलिए लोग जो हैं पैदल अपनी यात्रा करके यहाँ महादेव के मंदिर पहुँच रहे हैं।
That was my colleague Sahil, who was reporting from Nuh in Haryana, where there has been ample security, keeping in mind the Jal Abhishek Braj Mandal Yatra that will take place. As far as the Sawan Somwar is concerned, security has been beefed up, and this is a grim reminder of the last year violence that happened in Haryana, in Nuh, at a time where Jal Abhishek Yatra was being carried out by Hindu groups. Moving across to some other breaking news that's coming in a shocking incident. RJD leader and Bihar's leader of opposition Tejasvi Yadav abused journalists during a press briefing in Patna. Running down the fourth pillar of democracy, Tejasvi hurled the slur Mutra to describe journalists. Take a look at this report on how this controversy has now snowballed into every political forum.
Bihar leader of the opposition Tejasvi Yadav talked himself into a controversy after he directed a filthy bar by journalists during a press briefing in Patna. Running down the fourth pillar of democracy, Tejasvi hurled the slur Mutra to describe journalists.
एक मिनट इसका चुनाव आयोग से कोई डॉक्यूमेंट या कोई प्रेस नोट या कोई ऐसी बात आई है या कि कहाँ से खबर आई? सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं, सूत्र बताते हैं, हम उस सूत्र को मूत्र समझते हैं। वेस्ट जो होता है ना, ये वो है, इसका कोई आधार नहीं ना। ये वही सूत्र है जो पाकिस्तान में कब्जा करवा दिया था, इस्लामाबाद, कराची। सूत्र नहीं, मूत्र लोग ही।
The former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister stoked a massive row, saying sutra or source is mutra, as he sought to question the moral spine and integrity of journalists.
Make no mistake, this is clearly an attack on press and its dignity. Remember, we constitute the fourth estate and the fourth pillar of democracy, and for this kind of contempt and this kind of mindset, Tejasvi Yadav has revealed really from where he comes, and the manner in which he was speaking, the body language, the expressions that clearly showed that he has utter contempt for media. He has absolute disrespect for the institution of press. Remember, sources are supposed to remain anonymous, and that's why and that's how journalism flourishes. That's how we practice our craft, because otherwise everything else becomes PR and publicity.
All right, moving across to some big breaking news that's coming in. Rouse Avenue has reserved its verdict on whether it will take cognizance of money laundering allegations against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case. The order will be pronounced now on July 29th. So a very, very slight relief there that has come for Congress leaders Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, and this is in regard with the National Herald case. Remember, the ED had made startling claim as far as the National Herald case is concerned. Money laundering allegations were put upon the Congress party, especially Sonia and Rahul Gandhi were in a huge situation in the dock. But now we learn that the Rouse Avenue Court has reserved its verdict in the case. The pronouncement of the verdict will be done now on July 29. Rhythm is joining me on the phone line on that. Rhythm, is this a slight relief for the Congress party leaders? All right, Rhythm is joining me on the phone line. Rhythm, the pronouncement of the verdict will be now on July 29. Do we call this a relief for the Congress party leaders, Sonia and Rahul Gandhi, or will there be an eager wait on what's going to happen next to them?
This is not a relief for the Congress party leaders. The judge has reserved the order. On the 29th of June, on the 29th of July, we are going to see a verdict on what is going to happen now in the National Herald case, in which the ED has strongly stated that we have to see the role of the Congress party key leaders. Then their role is now going to be decided, and whether they are going to face trial has to now be decided by the Rose Avenue Court bench that heard this case. It has reserved its order on taking cognizance in the National Herald case. The verdict on cognizance will be pronounced on 29th July. This is cognizance of money laundering allegations specifically against Congress leaders Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Delhi's Rose Avenue Court reserved this order on this cognizance of the prosecution complaint of the Enforcement Directorate. The main people the Enforcement Directorate has been speaking about in these day-to-day hearings that Republic TV has been breaking for the past few weeks has been Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Sam Pitroda and others in the National Herald money laundering case. In fact, several times as this case has been proceeding, S.V. Raju, the Additional Solicitor General representing the Enforcement Directorate, has said his main argument has been that there is more than sufficient ground for the court to take cognizance against all the accused. He's also pointed out that debt was transferred, the right to recovery debt was transferred. He's relied on the Transfer of Property Act. But we're not going to make it technical for our viewers. This is going to be a very important case hearing that we're going to be seeing in whether the National Herald case, whether there is going to be immediate cognizance taken for Sonia and Rahul Gandhi. July 29th is going to be a crucial date.
Absolutely, Ratan. Thank you very much for sharing those details. It's time for us to now slip into a short break. But after the break are all the details on how Odisha government has formed a 3-member committee after the self-immolation case of a college student. Also coming up after the break, pilots grouping ALPA India merged legal course to be part of Air India plane crash probe.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
A storm is brewing at the heart of American law enforcement. FBI Director Kash Patel is reportedly on the verge of resigning, threatening to walk away from his post if his deputy, Dan Bongino, follows through on his own plans to quit. The reason? A fiery clash with Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case, a controversy that's ignited outrage among MAGA supporters and raised questions about transparency in the Trump administration. The Epstein saga has long haunted political and social circles, with its web of allegations involving powerful figures. President Donald Trump, seen here socializing with Epstein in 1992 at Mar-a-Lago, has faced scrutiny over their past friendship. Trump has since distanced himself, claiming in a recent cabinet meeting,
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
महाराष्ट्राची माफी मागतो। मी छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांची माफी मागतो। महाराजांची माफी मागतो। बाळासाहेबांची माफी मागतो। उद्धव साहेबांची माफी मागतो। राज साहेबांची माफी मागतो। गलती हो गया, हमने तो भाई साहब बोला आवाज।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
a storm is brewing at the heart of American law enforcement. FBI Director Kash Patel is reportedly on the verge of resigning, threatening to walk away from his post if his deputy, Dan Bongino, follows through on his own plans to quit. The reason? A fiery clash with Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case, a controversy that's ignited outrage among MAGA supporters and raised questions about transparency in the Trump administration. The Epstein saga has long haunted political and social circles, with its web of allegations involving powerful figures. President Donald Trump, seen here socializing with Epstein in 1992 at Mar-a-Lago, has faced scrutiny over their past friendship. Trump has since distanced himself, claiming in a recent cabinet meeting that he hadn't been close to Epstein for nearly 2 decades before his death.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 11 a.m. I am Tanisha Awasthi. The top focus remains on the undocking process that will take place of the Axiom 4 crew. The homecoming is all set to take place. Countdown has already begun. We get you all that and much more on this edition, but first a quick check of the headlines.
आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है. आज का भारत निडर दिखता है. आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है. आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है. और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है.
India is still सारे जहां से अच्छा, says Shubhanshu Shukla in final message from space. Odisha government forms a 3-member committee to investigate the Balasware student self-immolation case. Pilots grouping ALPA India mulls legal course to be part of Air India plane crash probe. The body of a 19-year-old student of Delhi University who was missing for the past 6 days found by the Delhi police. Amid fear power tussle in Karnataka, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi alleges horse trading within Karnataka Congress. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar in China after 5 years for the SCO summit. He calls for continued normalization of ties between India and China when he met with the Chinese Vice President. And we start this edition with some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the release of Udaipur files. The Supreme Court has agreed to list the plea challenging the Delhi High Court's order challenging staying on the release of Udaipur files. That's a big breaking news that's coming in. The Supreme Court, however, has not dismissed the plea. He has in fact said that they will be listing the plea. Gaurav Bhatia, senior advocate and a BJP spokesperson, made the mentioning where he said that the Supreme Court has agreed to list the plea challenging the Delhi High Court's order staying on the release of Udaipur files. The big breaking news. Rhythm Bhartwaj joining us on the phone line on that. Rhythm, the Supreme Court has finally agreed to list the plea challenging the High Court's order on the staying of Udaipur files. Where do you think it's going to go from?
The Supreme Court had refused an urgent hearing today, but they've agreed to list the plea that's challenging the Delhi High Court order. Senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia appeared for the producers in the Supreme Court. He said he appeared for the producer who had invested his lifetime savings in the movie. He also said he got the censor board certificate. He gave details about what had happened, but he said the Delhi High Court wrongly interfered and stayed the movie. Justice Suryakant, who was leading the bench, also asked about this and said, okay, the movie has been released. He said, okay, we shall list the matter after a day or so. And Gaurav Bhatia also tried to give out more details, but the court said, fine, we will hear you. The movie was to be released on 11th July is what Gaurav Bhatia told the court. We're also trying to get in touch with the senior advocate. It's the first day of Supreme Court's reopening. It's possible he's busy in the corridors of the Supreme Court, but we're trying to get in touch with Gaurav. So Gaurav Bhatia also told the court one day before at 8 p.m. an order is passed staying the release. Justice Khan said the release of the movie is allowed. Bhatia said the movie is allowed by the certificate board, but The theatres have been booked, but it's not there. Justice Kant asked questions on whether it's based on a true story of a person. Bhatia gave out details about what Udaipur Files is about. He said, with responsibility, I must say it's a case of violation of the fundamental rights, and the Supreme Court should give a hearing. After hearing everything, the Supreme Court has said, all right, we will be hearing this. They're going to list the matter soon, this week itself, and give a hearing in this case.
Right, Rhythm, thank you for joining us with those details. Now it's time for us to move on, viewers, because it has been more than 15 days. It has been more than 15 days since Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, the first Indian astronaut to visit the International Space Station, left for Earth for a historic space mission. Now, the countdown for his homecoming has begun. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla with his crew members will fly back to Earth tomorrow. The Dragon spacecraft will undock from the International Space Station today, and it will splash down in the Pacific Ocean off California coast tomorrow. Meanwhile, speaking to his countrymen in Hindi during his farewell speech, Shukla said that while his journey in the space is coming to an end, the journey of India's human space mission is still very long and difficult. Listen in.
अब कुछ शब्द मेरे देशवासियों के लिए हिंदी में। कमाल की यात्रा रही है ये मेरी, लेकिन अब जैसे मेरी ये यात्रा ख़त्म होने वाली है, आपकी और मेरी यात्रा अभी बहुत लंबी है। हमारी ह्यूमन स्पेस मिशन की जो यात्रा है वो बहुत लंबी है और बहुत कठिन भी है, लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूँ कि अगर हम निश्चय कर लें तो तारा अभी प्राप्यन्ते, इवन स्टार्स आर अटेनेबल। 41 साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है, और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
Now, to give us more insights about this historic mission of Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, we have Dr. Sheshagiri Rao Velanki, the former ISRO scientist, and also Dr. S. Venkateshwara Sharma, former Deputy Director of ISRO. Firstly, let me come across to you, Dr. Venkateshwar Sharma. How do you look at this mission? 15 days Shubhanshu Shukla had been on the International Space Station. What kind of, an edge will India get as far as its future missions are concerned?
Well, good morning to you and good morning to the viewers. It is more than 2.5 weeks since he is there. It's 18 days, not 15, and that is one major thing where we gained another additional 3-4 days for him to stay there and do the experiments. It's first thing. If you see the entire mission, this entire mission has a purpose. ISRO has taken up this activity. ISRO, whatever it does it with a purpose. Therefore, the Gaganyaan is, which is scheduled for 26th and 27th launch, is something which is on our background for this particular, mission of sending an astronaut to space. So, since you had asked me a question, I will give a little elaborate answer with respect to what we have gained out of this particular mission of sending Shubhanshu Shukla to space. The first thing is that an experience of an astronaut going to space who has been trained from 2019. He has been selected at Bangalore. He has been trained in the astronaut training center in Bangalore, then in Russia, Cosmos, then in US. It's all in the simulators, but actual condition to simulation, there will be definitely difference. As Shubhanshu Shukla rightly said, his travel, his takeoff from the Falcon 9 rocket and getting into the space, within 15 minutes, he experienced a real jerk, and after his first meal, he had to get into sleep. Therefore, the experience of the astronaut traveling in space is something which we had not the experience. We have got the first-hand experience. After that, the travel itself is another big experience. After that, he has docked into the ISS mission. Please remember, he had been a pilot, so he had also been doing the maneuvering of the activities and the Dragon capsule whenever required, and also he had been continuously interacting and interfacing with various agencies. That's a big experience for us, for our Gaganyaan. Once it is docked, the exercise of taking over, handing over, etc., happens in the airlock room, and after that he has done the experiment for last 17 to 18 days. As far as the gain is concerned for ISRO, it is a real experience of a astronaut going into space, having the first-hand information, experience, etc. The first thing, and second thing is the 7 critical experiments which he carried out in space. Typically we can categorize into 3 categories. One is that if an astronaut goes to space, if he has to prepare his food, if he has to sprout and make a salad, how can he do it? His first experiment he has done. And second is that once an astronaut is there, can he grow vegetables there? How the vegetables or the microalgae will be different from what is on Earth, and what type of nutrients it can give, what type of proteins, etc. And how we can do it ourselves so that a self-sustenance in space is possible is the second major takeaway. Third is the physical and biological experiments, like medical experiments such as the muscle loss, and to constrain the muscle loss, what type of proteins, what type of vitamins, what type of exercise, what type of yoga can be done, what type of meditation can be done, is something which is really a great experiment which can be useful for space astronauts as well as people who are on the ground. And the cancer-related experiment which he has carried out is also something which is really, really important for all of us. In all, his entire journey from takeoff.
That's right, Dr. Sharma. The key is sustenance, self-sustenance. That is very, very important. And Shubhanshu Shukla has carried out various experiments to ensure that there is some sort of sustainability in future missions as well. Coming to you, Dr. Sheshagiri Rao, the next 24 hours are very, very important. 2 events. One is the undocking and the other is the splashdown, the homecoming of Shubhanshu Shukla. Tell us about the undocking process and also the splashdown.
Yeah, good morning to all of you. The undocking and preparing the Dragon to, let us say, departure from the ISS is an important activity. The first activity is the moment the undocking is done. They do the, let us say, the power, telemetry and commands are, let us say, the connections are dematted, and followed by there are 12 capture hooks. 6 at a time they are actually, they are relieved, and both 2 batches, 6 at a time they are relieved. And the crew is, let us say, they are in their suits, and the Dragon hatch is sealed and the ISS hatch is sealed. And then, the moment everything is ready for, let us say, the departure from ISS, the announcement goes for the departure. The moment the departure takes place, there is a small burn that ensures that there is no stickiness between the Dragon and the docking. That is why there is a small pulse kind of, let us say, the thrusting, and it verifies that no stickiness, and followed by a small thrusting that it is called phasing burn. That phasing burn takes to a safe distance, and once that safe distance is over, and they make a burn to lower the orbit and maneuver that the ground track is aligned with the landing location. That is the phasing burn. Then once it travels certain distance, the crew module consists of 2 parts. It has got a service module and the crew module. The service module consists of all the items which are already used up and they are not supposed to be, let us say, stay in ISS. They bring it in this service module, and the service module will get jettisoned, and the weight of the crew module also, thereby it gets reduced. That is the 3rd step. And 4th step is the deorbit burn. In the deorbit burn, the velocity is supposed to be reduced. So the Dragon conducts the deorbit burn, which lasts around 12 to 17 minutes depending on the programming requirements, and followed by the re-entry. And the re-entry, it experiences 1600 degrees centigrade, and the re-entry in the stabilization part, when it reaches 5 kilometers altitude, the drogue parachutes, 2 drogue parachutes open up to reduce the velocity, and followed by when it reaches 2.4 kilometers, the main parachutes gets released. The main parachutes are 4 in number, and the altitude at that time will be 1.9 kilometers, and the splashdown. And the splashdown is the velocity is reduced to 27 kilometers per hour, that is under less than 10 meters per second. So these are the steps. Totally there are 7 steps. These steps are executed meticulously by a computer, and both the pilot and the mission experts and the captain will be watching them. And in case any correction is required, they will be doing it. It is a long procedure, and on 15th around 3 p.m. it is going to land in the Pacific Californian coast. Actually, that is the arrangement.
That's right.
The coast, the ground preparations are there. There should not be any lightning. There should not be, let us say, any rain in recovery zone, and wind speed should be less, and the sea should be calm.
That's right. A lot of parameters will be considered, Dr. Rao. And Dr. Sharma, many thanks for joining us with your deep analysis of the mission, as well as the splashdown and the undocking process. Now, let's also get you those reactions from Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla's family members.
इससे ज़्यादा प्रसन्नता की बात हो क्या सकती है कि हमारा बेटा एक मिशन से वापस लौट रहा है, ऊपर से सफलतापूर्वक मिशन उसका कंप्लीट हो। बस यही दुआ कामना करते हैं कि किसी तरह से जल्दी से जल्दी वो आए और आकर हम लोगों से मिले, मुलाकात करें। प्रार्थना यही कर रहे हैं कि अब ऊपर से जैसे सकुशल पहुंच गए थे, उसी तरह सकुशल धरती पर वापस आए। यही भगवान से, ईश्वर से मनाते हैं कि भगवान उनकी रक्षा करें, अच्छे से उनको वापस धरती पर आते समय कोई दिक्कत ना हो, किसी प्रकार की दिक्कत परेशानी न पैदा हो, और जल्दी से जल्दी आए नीचे, वापस आकर मिले हम लोगों से। हम तो बहुत उत्सुक हैं देखने के लिए उसका कि कैसा स्वास्थ्य रहा, कैसे रहे इतने दिन ऊपर, ये सब देखने के लिए बहुत उत्सुक है। अब डर तो थोड़ा बहुत मन में रहता ही, मगर ठीक है, बच्चे ने ये कदम उठाया है तो माँ भी उसी में शामिल, बच्चे के हर काम में माँ अपने आप शामिल हो जाती, जो जिसमें बच्चे की खुशी उसी में माँ भी खुश रहती है। तो इसलिए हमको कोई दिक्कत, कोई डर नहीं महसूस होता है।
Moving on, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. Robert Vadra is all set to appear before ED today in the Haryana land scam case. That's the big breaking news that we are tracking. ED heat on Robert Vadra in the Haryana land scam case intensifies today. Robert Vadra will be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate. And this after there were allegations of alleged irregularities against Robert Vadra. And those accusations and alleged irregularities also include falsified transactions, rapid mutation and license grant, suppressed stamp duty. All of these aspects will be considered by the Enforcement Directorate as far as the Haryana land scam is concerned, and he will be questioned today, Robert Vadra, and today he will be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate. So clearly the ED heat on Robert Vadra is now mounting, and today he will be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate, and he will be questioned by the ED sleuths on the Haryana land scam case. Well, moving on, viewers, to more breaking news coming in. Rouse Avenue reserves its verdict on whether it will take cognizance of money laundering allegations against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case. And the order will be pronounced on 29th of July. In just 15 days from now, the Rouse Avenue Court will be pronouncing its order in the National Herald case, and it will also decide on the order. And now what we understand is that it has reserved its verdict on whether or not it will take cognizance of the money laundering allegations against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case. So all eyes are on July 29th when the Rouse Avenue Court will be pronouncing its order. Well, the Rouse Avenue Court, viewers, has reserved its verdict in the National Herald case, where you can see key Congress leaders have been named by the Enforcement Directorate in this particular case. And what we understand is that the Rouse Avenue Court has reserved its order, and it will be pronouncing the verdict on July 29th. And this will also decide whether it will take cognizance of the money laundering case against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Now remember, they are among the 7 accused in the case, and the order will now be passed on July 29th. The court has been hearing arguments from both the ED and the counsel of the accused since July 2nd on a day-to-day basis, and today it has reserved its order on the money laundering case against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. In fact, my colleague Aditya is also joining me live. Aditya, tell us more about this development on the National Herald case. The Rouse Avenue Court has reserved its verdict. What can we expect on 29th of July?
See, after long days of hearing between the prosecution and the Congress party and the different stakeholders associated with the National Herald, the matter is finally reserved and the judgment will be out on July 29. Now today the court has reserved the matter to decide whether the Rouse Avenue Court will take the cognizance and set the trial ahead, which will be decided on 29th July. Now this matter will have a serious repercussion politically and on the clout of the Gandhis in the Indian politics.
And Aditya, help us understand what the repercussions could be. In fact, Aditya, hold your thoughts. Thank you for joining us with those details. Let's now move on, viewers, because we have more breaking news coming in. The Indian pilots body is now planning legal action to be included in the probe into the Air India Boeing 787 crash case. And this comes a day after ALPA, the Airline Pilot Association of India, alleged the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau's preliminary report unfairly blames the pilot error. They claim bias. And ALPA India, which represents over 800 commercial and helicopter pilots in India, will today meet the DGCA officials. They are taking the legal route to raise serious concerns about the investigation. And the association is backed by IF ALPA, a global pilots federation with over 1 lakh members across 100 different countries. And their key allegation is the bias that they claim this report reeks of, and also about the leak. How was the preliminary report leaked to certain media houses in the West? And these two aspects will be keenly discussed by ALPA, which is backed by another international body of the pilots. So all eyes will be on that crucial meeting between the Pilots Association as well as the DGCA, which is scheduled to take place today. Robert Vadra is all set to appear before the Enforcement Directorate today in the Haryana land scam case. We were just telling you about Robert Vadra's case, which dates back to February 12, 2008. Skylight Hospitality Private Limited. It purchased around 3.53 acres in Shikopur from Omkareshwar Properties for 7.5 crore rupees. Both the entities reportedly had only 1 lakh in their bank accounts at that time, and the check used wasn't encashed. The actual payment of 15.38 crore was made 6 months later, suggesting undervaluation to reduce stamp duty and also government revenue. These are some of the key accusations that Robert Vadra is facing: alleged irregularities and also serious accusations of financial irregularities as well, because what the Enforcement Directorate claims is that there were falsified transactions in the entire case. In fact, an IAS officer, Ashok Khemka, has alleged that the sale deed and commercial license were sham transactions. Akanksha is joining me live from the newsroom. Akanksha, tell us more about the Haryana land scam case and also Robert Vadra's session today with the ED.
Absolutely, Deepak. Now, what we're learning is that Robert Vadra, businessman and also, in fact, husband of Congress leader Priyanka Vadra, has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate today, and he's set to appear. But I must mention that even last month he was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, but he had said that there's his daughter's graduation ceremony that he has to go to, and that's why he did not turn up. And even before that, he did not turn up for the summon as far as this case is concerned, and he had cited the flu symptoms as one of the reasons for not attending the summons. So it remains to be seen whether or not he will appear before the Enforcement Directorate today. But as far as the case is concerned, what we're learning is that it is part of a larger investigation into Bhandari, who fled India in 2016. Remember, soon after the IT department raided his residence here in the national capital. He's currently based in the United Kingdom, and he is said to be the close aide of Robert Vadra, and hence Robert Vadra is also under the scan in this case. But most importantly, it remains to be seen whether or not this time as well Robert Vadra will appear before the Enforcement Directorate, because the last two times.
Well, we'll get Akanksha back with us, but there you can see Robert Vadra has reached the Enforcement Directorate's office. He has been accused of using political influence to get rapid land use approvals, profiting from insider access to state permissions, falsifying the timing and value of the transactions, causing revenue loss to the state via undervaluation. And the allegation is that Vadra's firm, Skylight Realty, bought 275 bighas of land in collusion with state officials originally allotted to Dalits and the landless under government schemes. He has been accused of acquiring the land at throwaway prices using forged documents. All of these accusations will be confronted with Robert Vadra today. Over the last couple of summons, Robert Vadra has been evading. He has been dodging the Enforcement Directorate. But now what we understand is that Robert Vadra has reached the Enforcement Directorate's office. Akanksha is back with us. Akanksha, take us through the latest coming in as far as Robert Vadra reaching the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, and also about the background that you were helping our viewers understand.
We can see in the visuals that Robert Vadra, businessman and son of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, he has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. He has reached the office of ED there in the national capital. Remember the last time in April when he was summoned by ED, he had called this case a political vendetta, and saying that whenever he speaks about the rights of minorities is when the ED calls him to the office as far as this case is concerned. Now in the visuals we can see he has once more appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. Deepak, as I mentioned, last month as well, he was summoned by ED, but one time he had mentioned that he has flu-like symptoms. He did not appear, and then after that he said that it's his daughter's graduation ceremony, and again did not appear. But today is another summon that was given by him. He has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. But let me take you through the details of the case, as you've also been mentioning. Robert Vadra, remember, was questioned for 16 hours in April.
That's right, Akanksha. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. It's time for us to slip into a very short break. But on the other side, we'll be right back with all the latest details as far as Robert Vadra's questioning is concerned by the ED sleuths. ED heat mounts on Robert Vadra. He's appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. More details are expected to tumble out. Stay tuned for more on the other side.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा अपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was allegedly shot dead by her father, Deepak Yadav, inside their family home. Radhika, a young woman, ran a tennis academy and even took part in music videos. Everyone knew her as a
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा अपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was allegedly shot dead by her father, Deepak Yadav, inside their family home. Radhika, a young woman, ran a tennis academy.
आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
India is still सारे जहां से अच्छा, says Shubhanshu Shukla in final message from space. Odisha government forms 3-member committee to investigate the Balasore student self-immolation case. Pilots grouping ALPA India mulls legal course to be part of Air India plane crash probe. The body of 19-year-old student of Delhi University who was missing for the past 6 days has been found by the Delhi police. The body was retrieved from the Yamuna River near the Geeta Colony flyover in North Delhi on Sunday evening. Amid fair power tussle in Karnataka, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi alleges horse trading within the Karnataka Congress unit. An External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, is in China, has called for continued normalization of ties between the two countries, meets the Chinese Vice President. All right, thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking this Monday with me, Arnab Mitra. We start this edition with some breaking news coming in on the 100-crore conversion racket that has been unearthed in Uttar Pradesh. And this time, the victims of Changur Baba have spoken out, and they have alleged that she was lured and converted through Instagram, claiming that multiple other such girls like her were targeted. In fact, the victim has accused Changur Baba's network of operating with agents in Saudi Arabia and in India, involving thousands of henchmen. They've also gone on to claim police inaction and complete corruption in the matter, seeking help and protection for herself and many like hers. We have that statement coming in from Changur Baba's victim. Let's listen in to that confession.
जो छांगुर के गुर्गे हैं और जिन लोगों ने एजेंट है, जिन लोगों ने हिंदू बनकर बातचीत की, उनके घर में छोड़ रखा पुलिस वालों ने एक 10 रुपए के स्टाम्प के ऊपर। और आप पहले खबरों में सुन ही चुके हैं इनकी वारदात। मैं वही पीड़िता हूं जिसका बलात्कार गांव घाना खंडी के अंदर फरमान जो है उसने किया, जो इनका चाचा है और अपने दोस्तों के साथ मिलकर सिगरेटों से मुझे जलाया गया। मैं वही पीड़िता हूँ जो सऊदी तक, जहाँ सऊदी से लेके इनकी सहारनपुर तक इनकी हवानियत सऊदी से लेके सहारनपुर गान्ना खंडी तक खत्म नहीं हुई। ये मैं वही पीड़िता हूँ। और आज मैं ये बताना चाहती हूँ, न्यू अपडेट दे रही हूँ कि 3 जुलाई को जो यहाँ पे आयोजन हुआ था, जो घर वापसी हुई थी 15 लोगों की, उसके जरिए सऊदी से पाकिस्तान के आदमी से धमकी दिलाई जा रही है। 15 पीड़ितों को जान से मारने की धमकी दी जा रही है। गोपाल राय जी को भी मारने की धमकी दी जा रही है, जान से मारने की धमकी दी जा रही है। और मैं उनका मेन टारगेट हूँ, मैं उनका भेद खोल रही हूँ, मैं उनका मेन टारगेट हूँ। और लगातार जान से मारने की धमकी दी जा रही है सऊदी के नंबर से। ये सऊदी का नंबर से धमकी आई है 10 तारीख को शाम के 6:13 पे पाकिस्तान के आदमी से। बोला जितने भी पीड़ित घर वापसी किया उनको, गोपाल राय जी को, और तुझे जिंदा नहीं छोड़ोगे, मेन टारगेट उनका मैं हूँ। इंस्टाग्राम के माध्यम से इनसे बात हुई थी, जो राजू राठौर बन के इन्होंने एजेंट से बात की थी। ये पूरी फैमिली हिंदू बन के बात कर रही थी। ऑलरेडी मैं ये न्यूज तो चल रही है। अभी ये है कि मेरे को जान सका नहीं, इन्होंने अश्लील वीडियो के आधार पर ब्लैकमेल करके यहाँ बुलाया गया था। मेरी अश्लील वीडियो तो उसके आधार पर मुझे यहाँ बुलाया गया था। और लगातार मेरा शोषण हो रहा है और पुलिस मौन है। यहाँ पे पुलिस प्रशासन बिका हुआ है। योगी सरकार से मेरी दरख्वास्त है, विनती है कि इन पुलिस अधिकारियों को जो है निलंबित किया जाना चाहिए। कपिल देव को, चंद्रसेन सैनी को, संजय शर्मा को, और साथ के
तीन महीने बाद हम अपने घर पे भाग के आ गए थे।
अच्छा, तो फिर ये मेराज पीछे नहीं आया घर पे?
पीछे आया था, उसने मेरे पापा को मेरे वीडियो दिखाए थे गंदे, और भी लड़कियों के दिखाए थे अपने मोबाइल में उसने। और मेरे पापा ने डिलीट करने के लिए कहा। उसने कहा कि तुम अपनी छोटी बेटी की शादी हमसे करा दो, हम ये वीडियो डिलीट कर देंगे। और उसके बाद मेरे पापा को गुस्सा आ गई। पापा ने लगाकर और उसके सर पे मारा और वो गिर के मर गया।
और ये मेराज के घर वाले क्या करते थे, पिता उसके क्या करते थे?
वो समाजवादी पार्टी में थे। और वो लोग अभी भी जब हम जाते हैं और ये कोर्ट में, तब वो लोग उनके साथ और भी कई मुसलमान आते हैं और हमें और मेरे भाई को दोनों को जान से मारने की धमकी दी जाती है। जब से हम यहाँ पे भी सिंधु परिषद में जब से हमने ये बयान दिया, तब से वो लोग ज़्यादा ही धमकी देते हैं।
कुछ नहीं हो सकती है, ये आधी अधूरी कार्रवाई है।
आप कुछ बताएंगे कौन है ऐसे लोग जिन पर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए? अच्छा, क्या आप क्योंकि इस मामले,
आप अगर इसको फोटो खींचना चाहें तो इसको गिरफ्तार होना चाहिए। ये सक्रिय सदस्य हैं, 10 से ऊपर इनके द्वारा धर्मांतरण हो चुके हैं।
आप नाम लेने से क्या डर रही हैं? कोई कारण है? आपको सुरक्षा का खतरा लग रहा है?
नाम लेने से नहीं है, आप लोगों के द्वारा जो भी हम लोग ने कहा अब तक ही, 1 हफ्ते से पिछले हम लोग चिल्ला रहे हैं। आप दोनों मतलब आप सभी मीडिया के द्वारा सिर्फ छांगुर मैंने 50 बार चाहा है। सिर्फ छांगुर अकेला नहीं है, गैंग के सक्रिय सदस्य हैं जो सिर्फ 50% ही काम हुआ है, 50% तो बाकी है। किस पीड़िता को न्याय मिला है?
नाम पढ़ता हूँ, आपने नाम दिए, मैं आपके दिए नाम पढ़ता हूँ। आमित उर्फ अबू आमिर अंसारी, अमित उर्फ अबू आमिर अंसारी, अबू उरैरा अंसारी, अबू सईद अंसारी, उम्मे रवीना, उम्मे हबीदा, सईदा खातून और सूफिया अंसारी।
जी, इनकी गिरफ्तारी जब तक नहीं होगी पूरा खेल सामने नहीं आएगा।
क्या कोई डर भी आप लोग को दिखाया जा रहा है? किसी तरीके का प्रेशर भी बनाया जा रहा है?
धमकाया जा रहा है, हम लोगों को बहुत हैरेस किया जा रहा है, जिसके लिए सबसे पहले अब हम मुख्यमंत्री जी से मिलना चाहेंगे, तब हम आगे कुछ करना चाहेंगे। मुख्यमंत्री जी से हमारा मिलने का बस है, जितनी जल्दी हो सकेगा हम उनसे मुलाकात करेंगे।
आपने जो अनुभव किया, तमाम बच्चियों के ऊपर इस तरीके से साजिशन प्रयास किए जाते हैं, उन बच्चियों के लिए आप क्या कहिएगा? कैसे बचें, क्या कुछ करें? आपने जो अनुभव किया, खुद आपका एक्सपीरियंस है।
उनको सिर्फ मैं इतना कहना चाहूँगी, हम सब एक एग्जाम्पल हैं और देख केरला स्टोरी सभी को देखनी चाहिए कि जो होता है कि मेरा अब्दुल ऐसा नहीं है, सबका अब्दुल ऐसा ही है। वो बाद में पता चलता है, उस समय नहीं पता चलता है।
ये साजिशन क्या चारा डालते हैं? आपने अनुभव किया होगा, पैसे का लालच पहले डालते हैं, प्रेम मोहब्बत की बात करते हैं, चारा वो क्या डालते हैं?
देखिए, ये सब कुछ मैं मीडिया के माध्यम से पहले ही बता चुकी हूँ, बार बार रिपीट करने से कोई फायदा नहीं है, कई बार मैं बता चुकी हूँ।
मुख्यमंत्री जी से एक आप मैसेज क्या देना चाहेंगे? एक बात पे खत्म करते हैं, मुख्यमंत्री जी के लिए क्या मैसेज देंगी? एक बात बस बता दें।
मुख्यमंत्री जी से सबसे पहले यही कहना चाहूँगी कि हमारी सामाजिक आर्थिक सुरक्षा का ध्यान रखा जाए और हमें मुख्यमंत्री से मिलना है, क्योंकि शासन प्रशासन मौन है, कोई कार्रवाई नहीं कर रहा है।
देखिए ये मौजूद है यहाँ पे, इनके हाथ में एक पर्ची है, इस पर्ची में वो नाम है जिन नामों से ये चाहती है कि इन पर भी कार्रवाई हो, क्योंकि जो कार्रवाई की गई है वो केवल एक आदमी एक किरदार पर सीमित हो गई है, लेकिन इन कहानी में, इस पूरे फलसफे में किरदार तमाम हैं जिनके चरित्र स्याह हैं, जिनकी जो करनी है उसका फल उन्हें मिलना चाहिए, ऐसी बात ये कर रही हैं।
All right, there we heard the victims of Changur Baba who are claiming that this investigation is only at the tip of the iceberg. As we speak, viewers, there's a bigger nexus that is at play and that there are more victims who are in his net. But now, for the moment, shifting focus to more breaking news that we are tracking. Robert Vadra has appeared before the ED today in the Haryana land scam case, and this is a third summons that has been issued to him in the deal, and the ED is all set to interrogate him. Now remember, it was on April 8th that the ED had issued a first summons to Vadra in the Haryana land scam case, and he had evaded that summons, after which he had appeared before the ED for a second round of questioning on April 15th, and today he has reached the ED office for a third time and he's set to be interrogated in the case. Now, to tell you a bit more about the case, viewers, there have been allegations that Robert Vadra promoted Skylight Hospitality, bought acres of land worth crores of rupees, over 7 crore rupees in Gurugram in 2008, and that the land was later sold off to DLF at rupees 58 crore rupees, and in the net is now Robert Vadra, who's all set to be questioned by the ED in a money laundering case. Riyanka, my colleague, joins me live from outside the ED office inside the national capital. Riyanka, tell us the details of this case and what is it that the ED is specifically looking at as far as the allegations against Robert Vadra is concerned. Priyanka, if you can hear me, you're outside the ED office. Tell us the details of this Haryana land scam case and what is it that the ED is really investigating as far as the allegations against Robert Vadra is concerned. All right, we'll connect to Riyanka in just a bit, viewers, but let's go back to giving you the details of this case. It's businessman Robert Vadra, who's now arrived at the ED office in the national capital after the probe agency issued him summons in connection with a money laundering probe linked to the Shikopur land deal in Haryana. And this was the third summons that has been issued to him for questioning in the case, and we're just getting visuals of him outside the ED office. All right, Riyanka, my colleague, is back with us on the line. Riyanka, you're outside the ED office. Tell us the details of this case, one. And second, what are the allegations against Robert Vadra?
Well, as you can rightly see, I'm standing outside the Enforcement Directorate office, and we know that ED is the probing agency in this particular money laundering case linked to fugitive Sanjay Bhandari and Robert Vadra being a close associate of him. And time and again, we have seen there have been multiple summons that the ED had sent to Robert Vadra previously as well. And in fact, today also Robert Vadra has been called in for questioning. What we understand at this point in time that this particular money laundering case links to a property back in London which Sanjay Bhandari had brought in, and that particular beneficiary is also being named. ED has named Robert Vadra as one of the beneficiaries of that particular profits out of that property. But on the other hand, what we also understand that Vadra has in fact time and again denied these allegations that the Enforcement Directorate has put on him, and he has said that he is cooperating with the probe. As you can see today at around 11 a.m. Robert Vadra arrived at the Enforcement Directorate office here in the national capital, and the questioning is currently underway.
Right. Riyanka, stay on with me and tell us more. What is it that the ED is really alleging? How many crores of money worth of money are we talking about as far as this land deal and this money laundering case is concerned? And what is it that Robert Vadra has claimed so far in the case? Because the ED, as you correctly pointed out, has made a strong case throughout the course of his investigation as far as the link between Sanjay Bhandari and Robert Vadra is concerned. But he has so far denied all these claims. And what is it that the ED is specifically looking to investigate now, and what can we expect from the next course of action as far as the ED is concerned?
Well, what we understand is Sanjay Bhandari is a fugitive arms dealer, and he has been already under the scanner since a very, very long time. And since Robert Vadra is very closely connected to Sanjay Bhandari, there are allegations that Robert Vadra was probably one of the beneficiary of the proceeds that Sanjay Bhandari probably had used during the renovation of a particular London property that he had owned. To this, Robert Vadra had time and again declined these allegations. Now, what we understand that the arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari, he had fled to London back in 2016 after there was an income tax raid, and he was unlikely to be extradited after the UK court rejected India's appeal. That there have been multiple appeals made by India in terms of extraditing Sanjay Bhandari back to the country, and as per ED's 2023 charge sheet, it claims that Sanjay Bhandari bought and renovated a London property back in 2009 using funds allegedly provided by Robert Vadra. So here Vadra's role comes into being, which is why the Enforcement Directorate has been time and again building a crackdown on Vadra and questioning him about the entire money trail in this regard.
All right, Priyanka, thank you for giving us those details as we track this story very, very closely. Viewers, for the moment, we move on to a story that we're tracking from the national capital, where the body of 19-year-old student of Delhi University who had been missing for the past 6 days has now been found by the Delhi police. And her body was retrieved from the Yamuna River near the Geeta Colony flyover in North Delhi on Sunday evening. And Sneha Devnath is the girl that we're talking about. Her family is now claiming complete police inaction in the case and is demanding justice and answers as far as their daughter's mysterious disappearance and death is concerned. And the details that we are picking up is that this girl, who is a DU student from Tripura, she went missing on 7th, and 6 days later her body was found mysteriously in the Yamuna River. Shambhavi, my colleague, joins me live from Mehroli for more on the case. Shambhavi, the parents are making some serious claims. They're saying that there's been complete police inaction in the case. Tell us more. What stage of the investigation are we currently looking at?
Well, yes, it was claimed by the family that around for 17.5 hours after the registration of FIR, there was no documented action from police's end. Although with the help of technical surveillance, they figured out that the last known location of Sneha was the bridge, and with the help of the cab driver who dropped her off the bridge, that was confirmed. Some other sources, some other people, locals there confirmed that there was a girl who was standing on the bridge, and then later she disappeared. There are also reportedly claims that this could be very well a suicide case, because a suicide letter has been found in Sneha's old room by her parents, where she has written that this life is living like this is getting unbearable. She felt like a failure, she felt like a burden on her family, and that she was planning to jump off the bridge and end her life. We are on our way to her residence, and we'll keep updating you more on this.
All right, thank you, Shambhavi, for giving us those details on the case. Let's move on to more breaking news coming in. 3 persons have been injured, we are coming to know, as an IED planted by Maoists has exploded in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. This is the information that we are picking up, that 3 persons have been injured as the crackdown against Maoists in Chhattisgarh's Red Corridor continues. And we're learning now that in an IED blast that was orchestrated and planned by Maoists in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district, 3 people have been injured. And as we await more information on the story, viewers, let's quickly tell you that Bijapur has been at the center of many such operations in the past many weeks and months, as joint forces, be it the CRPF, the army or the local police, continue their crackdown on red terror in the region. And over the last many weeks and months, there have been many Maoist cadres that have surrendered, and many others who have been eliminated in a massive success for joint forces as they continue to take on and decimate the threat of Maoist terrorism in the region. And coming back to The latest piece of information that we are picking up, an IED was planted by Maoists in Bijapur and it exploded, following which 3 people have been injured. All right, let's take you through the details of this piece of news that we're tracking from Chhattisgarh, where an IED blast has taken place. We are learning that Maoists had planted this IED in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district, which is a very sensitive region. Viewers, as you know, there have been multiple operations that have been conducted over the last many weeks and months in a joint effort by our forces to crack down against the Red Corridor, against Maoist terrorism. And this is all a part of the centre's effort to make India a Maoist-free country by 2026. And now we're learning that in the latest 3 people have been injured. We're trying to pick up more details about this IED operation that was planned by the Maoists, who exactly has been injured, and what course of action is the local police and the joint forces looking at. And on that note, I'm being joined by my colleague Bharat, live from Bijapur. Bharat, अगर आप मुझे सुन पा रहे तो प्लीज़ हमें बताइए कि क्या है ये, क्या एग्जैक्टली हुआ है बीजापुर में और कहाँ पे हुआ है, और कौन से ये जो लोग हैं, जो 3 लोग हैं जो इंजर हुए, ये आर्मी के हैं, ये सीआरपीएफ के, ये कॉमन मैन, ये क्या हुआ है एग्जैक्टली बीजापुर में अभी?
देखिए, मैं बिल्कुल आपको बता दूंगा कि मध्य थाना क्षेत्र के अंतर्गत 3 जो लोग हैं कल आईईडी की चपेट में आने से, जिनके जद में आने से घायल हो चुके हैं, जिनका बेहतर इलाज के लिए उनको जिला चिकित्सालय बीजापुर लाया गया है। जिस तरीके से ऑपरेशन चल रहे हैं, जिस तरीके से माओवादियों के खिलाफ जो जवान है वो मोर्चा खोल रहे हैं अंदरूनी इलाके, यानी नक्सलियों के आधारशिल वाले इलाकों पे जवान जिस तरीके से गश्त पे निकल रहे हैं, एंटी नक्सल ऑपरेशन पे निकल रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं जो माओवादी हैं वो जवानों को नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए आईडी का इस्तेमाल करते हैं। ऐसे में जिस तरीके से उन्होंने आईडी का इस्तेमाल किया था, ये पहली दफा नहीं, ऐसे कई आईडी वो लगाते हैं जिसमें सिविलियंस भी जो है उसके जद में आ जाते हैं और उनको वो जख्मी हो जाते हैं। ऐसे में 3 जो लोग हैं वो जख्मी हो चुके हैं, जिनका बेहतर इलाज जिला चिकित्सालय बीजापुर पे चल रहा है। ऐसे में बड़ी खबर बाहर निकल के आ रही है। पूरी घटनाक्रम की अगर बात की जाए तो ये मध्य थाना क्षेत्र के अंतर्गत आता है। जी।
All right, Bharat, thank you for giving us those details as we track that story from Chhattisgarh, viewers, and slipping into a very short break as we continue to bring you more updates on this and a lot more on the other side. And let's remember, the crackdown against Red Terror continues in Chhattisgarh. It's a huge and massive effort by our joint forces to decimate the threat of Red Terror.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला, क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा अपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old
All right, in news from Odisha, in the latest update on the tragic self-immolation case in the state, the government has now formed a 3-member committee, viewers, to investigate the incident. The student who set herself on fire on the college campus had alleged sexual harassment by her teacher. She remains in critical condition with 95% burn injuries, and now she is currently receiving treatment at AIIMS in Bhubaneswar. The committee will probe both of the allegations of harassment and the delay in action by authorities that may have led to this extreme step. This is the story that we're tracking from Odisha, viewers, and we have Chandan, my colleague, joining me live from the DG office in Bhubaneswar. Chandan, tell us the details of this case and what action has been taken so far against this faculty member against whom these allegations have surfaced.
After this incident, government has formed a special team to investigate this matter and also arrest the culprit who involved in this matter, and also suspended the principal from the FM college. In other way, Chief Minister have announced this matter is so much serious taken by government, and victim should get the justice from government side, and this matter also treated as so serious in the education department also. In further, such kind of incident will not happen in any educational institution. Is close monitor with the government education department. And in other way, today also President Madam have a schedule to visit that hospital, Bhubaneswar AIMS campus, as it is scheduled to have a President Madam to join in convocation of AIMS hospital. That schedule also is also made is likely to meet the victim family in this today evening. In this matter, government have also formed a special team, and crime branch additional SP and DSP also monitor this matter. Who is the main culprit on what is the exact matter behind this this incident, which now in other way AIMS have formed 10 team of doctors to the patient's recovery and in the medical treatment also going on. In the same team of doctor continuously report to government how far the patient will recover, and also connected with Delhi AIMS to get the more information, more help from Delhi AIMS also. In this way, government also called a special meeting and also called for a report from DGP. DGP also going to submit a report to Chief Minister in short while time. In this matter, also in the campus of FMA University, police of Baleswar SP closely monitor to the matter, and investigation is going on.
All right. All right, Chandan, thank you for giving us those details as we track the story very closely, viewers. And now it's time to shift focus to everything else that is making news in the next 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Uttar Pradesh administration has deployed HD drones for surveillance along the Kavar Yatra routes. The live feed from the drone cameras is being transmitted to the Integrated Command Control Center through Jatayu Van and is also accessible on the mobile phones of officials. The Ministry of Railways has announced that following the successful trial of installation of CCTV cameras in passenger coaches, it will now install cameras in all coaches. In its statement, the ministry stated that the move will significantly enhance passenger safety. And severe waterlogging has been reported in several parts of Dholpur in Rajasthan following heavy rainfall. Other regions of the state have also experienced rain, prompting alerts from the Indian Meteorological Department. An orange alert has been issued for heavy rainfall in the Hadoti region, including Kota, Baran and Jhalawar. A yellow alert has also been issued in 25 districts, including Jaipur, Sikar, Bharatpur, Ajmer, Pali and Udaipur. And as we slip into a very short break, on the other side, we get you that message, that final message from space as India awaits the return of the Axiom 4 crew and Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. And also tracking the pilots grouping, how the pilots group ALPA India is mulling legal course to join in the investigation of the tragic AI 171 plane crash. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we bring you more on these stories.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। दीपक अपनी बेटी को क्यों मारा? दीपक आज जेल जा रहे हैं, क्यों मारा अपने बेटी को? दीपक क्या करो मारा? दीपक क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा? दीपक राधिका को क्यों मारा आपने?
A heartbreaking tragedy has shocked India. 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was allegedly shot dead by her father, Deepak Yadav, inside their family home. Radhika, a young woman, ran a tennis academy and even took part in music videos. Everyone knew her as a hard-working athlete who was always seen with her dad, Deepak, cheering her on at matches. A friend from the tennis court said, "I knew Radhika for 2 years. She was quiet, but..."
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and thank you for tuning into Republic TV viewers. It's 12 noon and I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. The countdown has begun for the splashdown for the homecoming of Shubhanshu Shukla. Today, the Dragon capsule will be undocking from the International Space Station, and in 24 hours from that, a splashdown will also be witnessed off the Pacific Ocean's coast. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines.
आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है। आज का भारत निडर दिखता है। आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है। आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है। और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
India still सारे जहां से अच्छा, says Shubhanshu Shukla in his final message from space. Robert Vadra has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate for questioning in the money laundering probe linked to a London property deal. A Delhi court reserved its order on cognizance of the charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald money laundering case against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Pilots grouping Alpha India mulls legal course to be part of Air India plane crash. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar is in China after 5 long years for the SCO meet. First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in from Karnataka. Senior Congress leader Randeep Surjewala to hold one-on-one meetings with ministers and Karnataka Congress MLAs today in Bengaluru. Surjewala, who's the Karnataka in charge of the Congress party, is all set to hold one-on-one meetings today with ministers and Congress MLAs. This is the firefighting effort of the Congress High Command, and that's why they've deployed Randeep Surjewala in Karnataka. He will be holding one-on-one meetings with the ministers and MLAs amid growing calls for change in leadership in Karnataka. There are voices that are now coming to the fore which are demanding DK Shivkumar to be made the next chief minister. In fact, let's listen in to Randeep Surjewala.
Meeting today also with the MLS meets. Other side BJP is saying it's certain that the CM change tactics still going on in Congress.
एक हिंदी का कहावत है, मुंगेरी लाल के हसीन सपने. That's how BJP is living.
Meeting today also with the MLS meets. Other side BJP is saying it's certain that the CM change tactics still going on in Congress.
एक हिंदी का कहावत है, मुंगेरी लाल के हसीन सपने. That's how BJP is living.
Well, moving on, viewers, the countdown has begun for the homecoming of Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, who is currently on the International Space Station. Today, the undocking procedure will also be witnessed at 3 p.m. Starting from the undocking process, all eyes will be on the homecoming of Shubhanshu Shukla. The world awaits his return to Earth, and he is currently experimenting on the International Space Station. Let's listen in to Shubhanshu Shukla's message from ISS.
अब कुछ शब्द मेरे देशवासियों के लिए हिंदी में. कमाल की यात्रा रही है ये मेरी, लेकिन अब जैसे कि मेरी ये यात्रा ख़त्म होने वाली है, आपकी और मेरी यात्रा अभी बहुत लंबी है. हमारी ह्यूमन स्पेस मिशन की जो यात्रा है वो बहुत लंबी है और बहुत कठिन भी है, लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूँ कि अगर हम निश्चय कर लें तो तारा अभी प्राप्यन्ते, इवन स्टार्स आर अटेनेबल. 41 साल पहले कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में गए थे और उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है, और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आज भारत कैसा दिखता है. मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आज का भारत स्पेस से महत्वाकांक्षी दिखता है. आज का भारत निडर दिखता है. आज का भारत कॉन्फिडेंट दिखता है. आज का भारत गर्व से पूर्ण दिखता है. और इन्हीं सब कारणों की वजह से मैं एक बार फिर से कह सकता हूँ कि आज का भारत अभी भी सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है.
Viewers, the excitement is palpable, and his family members also spoke ahead of his homecoming. Let's listen in to those reactions coming in from his parents.
अच्छा लग रहा है सोच के कि 17-18 दिन के बाद बच्चा वापस आ रहा है, धरती पर आए उतरेगा, तो अच्छा लग रहा है. बहुत खुशी हो रही है, बहुत ज़्यादा. बहुत अच्छा लगा जो मैसेज दे रहे थे कि हाँ सारे जहाँ से अच्छा भारत आज भी दिखता है, ये उन्होंने मैसेज दिया वहाँ से, तो सुनकर बहुत अच्छा लगा कि देश के प्रति इतना जज्बा भरा हुआ है उस बच्चे के अंदर. उसको सब कुछ अच्छा लगता है, मतलब ये सुन के, उसके मुँह से सुन के बहुत अच्छा लगता है.
Viewers, there you heard it from Shubhanshu Shukla's mother. She is very excited for her son's homecoming, and as far as this historic mission is concerned, Shubhanshu Shukla has been playing a very key role in carrying out several experiments in space, and this is set to boost future missions of India and also the world as well, because the data that will be acquired in all these experiments, from all these experiments, will be used for future missions, and the key and the focus is on self-sustainability. In fact, let's also listen in to Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla's father.
जिसके लिए हम लोग गिनते दिन से इंतजार कर रहे थे, अब वो मतलब जो है वापसी हो रही है. हम लोगों को बहुत ही खुशी है और बहुत प्रसन्न है हम लोग कि जल्दी से जल्दी वो वापस आ गए. ये हम ईश्वर से मतलब प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनको जो सक्सेसर जो है पृथ्वी पर आसानी से उनका जो है ड्रैगन मतलब वापस हो, और ये हमारे लिए बड़ी खुशी का दिन होगा.
क्या प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं? अब इतने जो दिन स्पेस स्टेशन में हो रहे हैं अभी भी हैं, तो यहाँ से क्या प्रार्थना करते थे?
हम तो ईश्वर से यही प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनका सेक्सुअल मिशन पूरा हो और वो सेक्सुअल वापसी उनकी हो। यही ईश्वर से हमेशा मतलब हर समय जो है उनसे प्रार्थना करते रहते हैं और हमारी तो ये और अपनी दुआएं भी उसको देते रहते हैं कि मतलब जो है कि तुम सेक्सुअल वापस होगे, सब अच्छी तरह होगा।
आपकी बात उनसे हुई तो उन्होंने क्या बताया?
उस समय वो बिल्कुल ठीक थे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी। जब बात हुई थी तो बहुत प्रसन्नचित्त थे और सब बता रहे थे कि हमारा काम समय से हो रहा, जितने भी हमें वर्क दिए गए थे वो हमारे लगभग पूरे हो रहे हैं और हमारा काम समय से हो जाएगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी किसी प्रकार की। हम यहाँ बिल्कुल ठीक हैं, बहुत अच्छी तरह हैं और सभी कुछ उसमें जैसे कि वहाँ लैब कैसी है, सोते कहाँ हैं, सूरज कैसे उगता है, ये सब कुछ उन्होंने जो है हमें दिखाया और बड़ा अच्छा लगा उनको वहाँ प्रसन्नचित्त हो देखकर। ये हमारे लिए बड़ी अच्छी सूचना थी कि मतलब जो है हम उनको देखकर बड़ा खुश हुए कि वहाँ ठीक ठाक है, सब कुछ है, अच्छी तरह है।
Well, viewer Shubhanshu Shukla, over the last 15 to 18 days has been conducting various experiments. Let me take you through the details of the experiments that we know about so far. Microgreens and fenugreek germination in space, and the goal was to understand how these seeds germinate and also grow in zero gravity. The key is on sustaining future missions, on how astronauts and future missions could help humans sustain and also stay for a longer mission in space. In fact, we have G. Raju also joining us on this broadcast to give us more insights. He's a senior scientist who will be speaking to us about this historic mission and also the homecoming. A very good afternoon to you, Dr. Raju Garudachar. Help us understand the undocking process because it is all set to begin in 4 hours from now. Help us through the process that follows.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this very important event to be linking with you. I'll be pleased to talk to you about from the beginning what is going to happen now after a successful almost 14 days of experiments, very interesting experiments. Globally, about 16 experiments have been done. And this is a very critical but very interesting, challenging moment to splash down by about maybe 3 p.m. or so. There are many different stages. Those stages include disconnecting from the main module and reorienting so that finally we are in the position to come very close to the earth and the parachutes will open, and that is the final exciting moment for us. And I'm sure all these experiments have been very successful, and we are also waiting for looking at the data and the report from the people who have been there on the total 31 countries have joined, and ISRO India is also looking for about 7 experiments. So this is the next final phase of our journey, and certainly this will be of very good use for us to Gaganyaan, and which will be launched in a few, maybe very soon after this challenging thing done by our own astronaut. We'll be more confident and we'll get more, we'll gather more data for other people also. Thank you. We are just waiting for the next phases, and it is to decouple from the main so-called the main craft, and it will be disconnected, and then the crew module, one of them will be the place where people are living, and that will be disconnected. There are 2 things together. One is the lab space, and the lab space will be disconnected and it will be abandoned in space. We don't need to do it anymore because we have to reduce we have to reduce the weight, etc. And we have to slowly get into the orbit of 350 down to close to Earth, where we can.
That's right, and the re-entry to Earth, Dr. Raju Garudachar, will be very, very important. All eyes will be on that. But thank you for joining us with those insights. 4 hours, 16 minutes to go for the undocking process. All eyes will be on Shubhanshu Shukla's homecoming. Moving on, Robert Vadra has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate in the Haryana land scam case. Robert Vadra has reached the Enforcement Directorate's office, and the key charges against him On misuse of political influence, fraudulent land use approvals, undervaluation to avoid stamp duty. An FIR has been filed by the Haryana police as well in 2018, and the Enforcement Directorate is now probing the money laundering angle. Riyanka is joining us from outside the Enforcement Directorate's office. Riyanka, Robert Vadra has appeared. Tell us about the line of questioning today.
Well, right, Deepak, Robert Vadra has in fact appeared before the Enforcement Directorate, and I continue to report from outside the ED office in the national capital. And as you can see, there is a huge police deployment here at this point in time for protection and maintaining law and order. Now, we know that Robert Vadra has been under the ED scanner for 3 cases related to money laundering. One which is of course linked with arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari and Robert Vadra's hand in providing money for renovation and funds to the fugitive arms dealer. Other cases also linked to Robert Vadra, wherein there is a land scam case in Haryana and an FIR also subsequently being filed on that note. What we see, Robert Vadra has been time and again denying these claims of allegations that have been put by the Enforcement Directorate. Although he has said that he is going to be cooperating with the Enforcement Directorate for the line of questioning. We remember the last time when Vadra was called in, he was not able to present himself in front of the ED because he had some outdoor travel plans, which is why the ED has asked him to be deposed today. And as per the timing, Vadra had entered the Enforcement Directorate office for the probe and investigation that is underway.
Right, Riyanka, multiple land deals are under the ED lens, and what the ED has alleged as far as the London property is concerned, that Sanjay Bhandari helped Robert Vadra secure this particular property on Bryanston Square, 12 Bryanston Square in London at £1.9 million. And what they say is that the funds were funneled through shell companies. So the line of questioning will be very, very important. But thank you, Riyanka, for joining us with those details. Moving on to Air India, because it has issued a statement on the crash probe report. Air India has said the Aviation Accident Investigation Bureau's initial report on the AI plane crash found no mechanical or maintenance issues with the aircraft or engines. So what does this mean? What does this statement mean? This means that Air India has confirmed, it has stated that there was no mechanical or maintenance issues. Are they trying to pin the blame on the pilots? That's the big question. But we also showed you about the transcription between the 2 pilots in the cockpit in the preliminary report, where you can clearly say that a pilot asking another one about the fuel cutoff switch, and they said that none of them had any role to do that. It was autonomous. And now Air India has also issued a statement on the ongoing probe, saying that there was no fault with the maintenance or mechanical issues. Harsha is also joining us live. Harsha, tell us more about this Air India statement. Help us understand and read between the lines, Harsha.
So right now, as we have been reporting also, Deepak, we have the several documents and we have seen how Air India didn't adhere to the FAA advisory and the mandation, where FAA clearly stated that the new processor in the fuel switch should be installed. And we also broke on our channel only how after 7th of July, there was issues on the side of Air India, how they have continuously started changing the wiring location of the switch. This itself states that 6 days before the probe report, Air India got an idea that there is a fuel switch issue which is going to come in the AIP report, and that is the reason they already gave the instruction to the engineering